This, we'll start call the meeting order at 10:04 a.m. Madam Secretary, would you be able
Yes,
to,
I'm here.
would you be able to do the roll call?
Yes, I can do that.
You,
Good morning, everybody. This is Temencia. I'll go ahead and do a roll call for Naatsis'aan chapter. Willie Gray Eyes.
Present.
Okay. Pearline, I can't say her last name. Berlinda, secretary. Not present. Levon Kenzel, grazing representative for Naatsis'aan chapter. Oljato chapter, Willis Begay.
No.
Temencia, present. Twyla Matson.
Present.
We have grazing representative Laura Tellis. Shonto Community Governance Marcia Gray Eyes. Robert Black. Jr. Secretary Treasurer for Shonto is vacant. Roland Small Canyon.
Madam Secretary, we have Arlene Lockford, who's now the secretary for Shonto.
Good morning. This is Arlene Laughter. I'm the Secretary Treasurer for Shonto Community Governance.
Okay.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Applicant chapter Dillard Curley.
Here. Present.
Glorita Black.
Present.
Priscilla Benali. Jim Sinna Jenny. Okay, that's everybody.
Here. Herman Daniels.
Oh, Herman Daniels. I'm sorry, Honorable Herman Daniel. Sorry, Yaj, I saw you on there. Present? Okay. Sorry, I apologize for that. Okay, I believe that's everybody.
9 in total. Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Madam Secretary, for that. So we'll go ahead and proceed on with the invocation. Vice President, will you do the invocation first?
Heavenly Father, thank you for gathering us today as we meet together and discuss our agenda. We give thanks for this gathering and pray for respect and understanding among all of us. May we listen to each other with open hearts and mind, and may our discussion lead to positive outcome for everyone involved. And be with all the people that are on their way still, and we give thanks to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you for that, Madam Vice President, for taking. Move on down to number 4, review and adopt the agenda. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and read the agenda into the record?
Yes, I can. NOST Regional Council meeting Saturday, July 5th, 2025 at 9 a.m. Locations applicant. Regular meeting agenda. 1, meeting call to order 10:04 a.m. 2, roll call. Honorable Herman Daniel Jr. President, Naatsis'aan chapter. Willie Gray Eyes President. Vacant for Vice President. Perlinda Foliger Rater, Secretary Treasurer. Okay. Excuse Levon Kenzel, grazing representative. Excuse Oljato chapter. Willis Begay present. Temencia Tracy present. Twyla Matson present. Grazing representative Laura Tellis. Excuse Shonto Community Governance Marcia Gray Eyes. Excuse Robert Black Jr. Vice President present. Arlene Laughter present. Roland Small Canyon Grazing Representative excused. Applicant chapter Dillard Curley present. Glorita Black Vice President present. Priscilla Benali, Secretary Treasurer, excused. Jim Najini, excused. Invocation, Perlin did laughter. Is that who
It was,
did the invocation?
Rita Black.
Oh, Glorita, okay. Glorita Black, okay. Review and adopt the agenda. 5, approve the last meeting minutes. 8, April 5th, 2025, regular meeting. 6, report government leadership. 10, please email written report to NOST Secretary, 10 minutes. 8, Dr. Boo Nigran, Navajo Nation President. B, Ms. Rochelle Montoya, Navajo Nation Vice President. C, Mrs. Crystal Lynn Curley, 25, Navajo Nation Council Speaker. D, Mr. Herman Daniel Jr., 25th Navajo Nation Council Delegate. E, Ms. Fern Benalin, Navajo County District 1 Supervisor. F, Mrs. Judy Begay, Coconino County District 4 Supervisor. G, Robert Black Jr., LDA to Mr. Herman Daniels Jr., Navajo Nation Council. 7, reports. NOST Regional Chapter President. Please email written report to NOST Secretary, 10 minutes. A, Naatsis'aan Chapter President. B, Oljato Chapter President. C, Shonto Community Governance President. D, Epican Chapter President. 8, presentation presenters. Please email written report to NOST Secretary. 9, resolution action items. Please email resolution to NOST Secretary. Sponsor representative must be present. 1, resolution number NOST 2025-1860001. Supporting and approving Navajo Division of Transportation, NDOT, and Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, to include Navajo Route 60 south from Arizona Highway 98 and Navajo Route 60 intersection to the Navajo Route 16 and U.S. Highway 160 intersection into the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, TTIP, for full payment and drainage improvement, sponsored by Epican Chapter. 10, adjournment agenda created, posted, and submitted by Dillard Curley, NOST President, date May 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for reading the agenda into the record. With that, so we'll go ahead and call for a motion. The motion. Willie? Motion.
I'll second motion.
Clemencia?
Yes.
Okay. We have first, we have a second. Now, call for question. Anybody have additions, comments, or additions to the agenda? Or deletions, edits, modifications?
I believe the only modification I see would be Oljato chapter. Laura Tallis is the grazing representative for Oljato.
Okay, and then you're right, we'll add also Secretary Treasurer Arlene Laughter to Shonto, and then Alex Vicente for Naatsis'aan VP. Vicini. No other add modifications to this?
Yes.
Dennis.
Oh, yes, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, thank you. Aronana Padona Veita. Motion part is the cast of Peshkepo, Zinigi Aronana. First and foremost, thank you for those that is a in time Z for share. Denise or today. Share, Utah Tribal Leaders Summit is coming up. It's gonna be at the end of this month. It's gonna be in Orem, Utah. Issued by Utah Valley University. For architectural. But they would rate that reading that. Rate that. When the resolution shut down, they renew making. So that's not the business from this chapter. And my brother made 1,000 will rate that. I think what has been reported to Utah tribal leaders. When they had their meeting at Cedar City, Utah, Mr. Robert Black, he went on behalf of the Navajo Nation. He either look at chat, whatever. So one of the items of that, on the, his report is that the Naatsis'aan to Oljato road project, he gave them. It's, right now, it's still at the planning stage, couldn't wait, actually couldn't wait, we've been addressing this to Utah, other leaders, and also to Utah, we to Utah, other than not even, they need like their governor, lieutenant governor, there's not regional, comes up and what to call. Hey, that's it, we're on the way, a resolution, you have an outreach, and some get to, is that to the governor of Utah, Mr. Spencer Cox? That's insane, put up on this case, put up on, Mr. President, thank you. I don't have a resolution. Maybe we can. We can do it. That's kind of what you like.
Chair and members of the council. I know she had home because it doesn't see firefighter at her time. I think tribal leaders an open door for education. But nevertheless, a lot of tribal leaders for the state of Utah is chapters budget are not sufficient to cover these types of distant travel from Navajo Nation chapter locations to or Utah. We live by a seat of it. In addition to that, I'd like to schedule some announcements for our this month's chapter planning meeting for Naatsis'aan chapter is going to be on the 11th, 10 a.m. Naatsis'aan chapter house. On July 14th and 15th, I have been in communication with Tony Skolanis, Executive Director for Navajo Division of Economic Development. What he and his staff are planning is an economic summit for Utah chapters
Point of order, Bishop. This can be under his.
on the 14th and 15th.
Should none of the point of order and Willis went ahead and said, okay. Those announcements, they can probably be done under
Okay.
your report, Sean.
All right.
President's. So. Be on it. So, that DDU, the Oljato Road project, yeah. So you just want us to read it? Okay, I thought we already passed resolution 2024-195-001. Data is approving and supporting the proposed 911 mountain to Oljato project. Do you want us to just reaffirm that?
Yeah. Is that it's
All right, with resolution number 2, Ishan, we'll go ahead and do a reaffirming resolution to the Oljato Road. Then, so we'll go ahead and we can get that drafted up. If you guys are okay with us just reaffirming this resolution.
Motion.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. So ADE will add that on, and Willis, you already motioned on this one. and, Mitzi already second. So,
Will motion.
oh, hey, Tom.
Yeah,
So, so we're just gonna add it. Today, we're just doing this adding or discussion and on the add to those agenda items, so. So being that we have those two changes right now is the add those two, 1, 2, 3 individuals, just to edit the agenda. For the Naatsis'aan chapter, Shonto and Oljato. The second one, he was just going to be adding the reaffirmation of the NOST resolution 2024-195-001. And that one is just for the Oljato Road to Naatsis'aan. Any other additions, modifications to the agenda?
That's what that's, under resolutions, resolution EDPR. Just kidding. Typo, it's actually.
Brody. Will edit the resolution, which number 1, he is supposed to be supporting. Number 1, he is supporting artist, whatever language that is. Okay, so that 3 corrections, again, 2 corrections and 1 modification, or addition. With that, any other items? Go ahead and call for the vote. So Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and do the roll call? To approve the agenda, to adopt the agenda with those 2 modifications and 1 addition?
You mean count the votes?
Yeah, so basically what you'll do is you'll just go ahead and call for the individuals.
That are present.
And then they'll just have them, yay or nay.
Okay,
You'll
okay,
just
so
have-
Honorable Herman. Oh. Okay, so review and adopt the agenda. We're gonna do the vote and all in favor, Honorable Herman Daniels, yay or nay?
I vote in favor.
Willie Gray Eyes,
Approved.
Robert Black Jr.,
In favor.
thank you. Arlene Laughter,
In favor?
Willis Begay,
Favor.
Temencia, I'm in favor. Twyla Matson,
Favor.
Diller Curley, abstain.
Stay.
Glorita Black,
Favor.
And Priscilla.
okay,
came in-
so 8 in favor. Oh, okay, and Priscilla Benali,
I'm here.
We're approving. the
okay,
agenda.
we're voting on we're approving the agenda. Are you in favor or opposed?
She's a, she,
We're
she
doing,
voted in favor. Oh, she's in
Okay.
favor.
so 9, anybody? Yeah, okay, 9 in favor, nobody's opposed, and 1 abstain. 901.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Secretary. The motion and second have provided the adoption of the agenda. The vote is 9 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstained. Motion carries. We'll move on to the last meeting minutes. Number 5. Approval of the last meeting minutes, April 5, 2025, the regular meeting. Hey, Iggy, that was all sent to you guys in the email, so you guys have any questions or comments, go ahead and entertain a motion. Willis. Second. Loretta? Any comments, questions regarding the meeting minutes? Okay, if none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote to approve the meeting minutes. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and call for the roll call?
Okay, is anybody gonna motion? Are you gonna do motion and second?
We have a motion and a second. Willis motioned first, and the second was Loretta Black.
Okay, thank you for that. All in favor of approve the last meeting minutes of Honorable Herman Daniel Jr.,
Favor.
Willie Gray Eyes,
Abstain, I was there.
Robert Black Jr.,
Vote to approve.
are you in favor?
Oh, favor.
Arlene Laughter. Are you in favor to review and adopt the agenda?
Meeting minutes.
Meeting minutes.
Sorry, I'm still on mute. Sorry, this is Arlene Laughter. I'm abstaining.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was approve the last meeting minutes. I'm Willis Begay.
Okay, abstaining the approval of the I'm abstaining because I didn't have a
Okay.
chance to review it.
Okay, I got you abstain. Willis
Yeah,
Begay,
okay.
Favor.
Tamansia in favor. Twyla Matson,
Favor.
Dillard Curley,
Dane.
Glorita Black.
In favor.
And who else did you say was on? Priscilla Benali?
Slow Benelli. She's motioning in favor. Voting in favor.
Okay, so we got 7 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 abstain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. With that, we have the approval of the last meeting minutes for April 5th, 2025. We have a motion, we have a second. Vote is 7 in favor, 0 opposed with 3 abstain. Motion carries. Moving on to the report of government leadership. Dr. Boo Nygren, are you present? Not present. Ms. Michelle Montoya, are you present? Mr. Lynn Curley, speaker. Present. Honorable Herman Daniels. Second, so.
그거 신한 엄청 기거든. 그거 내가 이거 주의를 하고 benefit benefit out of the president on Oljato, Shonto, and that's a beacon. And the vice president shouldn't be secretary treasurer, and the grazing official. The way the non-sheet grazing official. not stopping the way that the non-stars leave or the Pinata, then gave him not a contact. Other could have laid that shell simple, but she did be nothing. The old fashioned shot the one they feel of Zambo. The man up with the door, I don't know, she is a bit tiny. Can't it she is a funny that is it. Who here cleaning? Say the maid, I should say, scarf the way to some letter. I kept. Very good, I think they should really believe it on just been given that's a shitty that shit or down another or something. Yeah, that whole thing. But so can not a kid out of that anymore. If you have to, I see the way I think it's going to be. I agree with the word. 人was I think less and again, I think I get her to not stay with the Quail big big as Lincoln. I think they're the last chapter to get certified. They 110 chapters. There's 45 chapters that are certified chapters, and 6 of those certified chapters are AFOG, alternative form of government chapters. We have Shonto is one of the 6. Shonto is the first chapter to get certified. I think in 2019, 16 years. What you have been that 16, they done they can't certified, yeah. I already have a certified non-medical. So we got LS uncle 110 chapters. Hope to idea I think so it could be. Not ID but I don't know way that Naatsis'aan the Shonto I gave I think so but the way I would have been back in the show but shut down don't on the other chapters the HFS but the gonna be the hotel cut up there. When they just Shonto how to yaki other chapters they should that on Alita the Basha Alita basically had should understand order. In fact, I think she other chapters. I don't know the way Jet 20 within the way now. I think that it could be stars. George like I think it could be. I think John House. I would miss I think that is. With that. Just on what oh, I don't rate that. I get but N.O.S.T drinking. N.O.S.T some Saturday, but on the way that would be the fact. Naatsis'aan I did say I did rate that. I think it's a very common then again it's not about with that. We're taking this people and the mind for people. Or they don't know how to kind of show me is again. Now, I get the best equals AIC, yeah, this, but on the way that the house, they get a great time. But on the way AIA, out of that nation, out of the way the point says it, out of that initiative, out of public safety. But out of but a business that yes, straight, but I changed so a business that you got yes, straight, that you got tours, like eggshell tours. I changed so as with that. Straight out of the way the Manma Valley Dam. Setting to students right now, safari, other than tours, in a way that she holiday, such student die. She's caught us still for the day that I that's the show. They shut that, I don't know, wait. The last of the not be shut day down. The late and some hold on on the south side, as in the way down. It is not meeting the way down. At the Oxford of the carpet, as a belief, I thought. I yell, then the issue I hear passage so nowadays, now the beach of the book, and so there's 10,600 acres on the soil, but they at the home. I hear for doing the rates. She says it on the BIA. Yeah, but state, I don't know, should not let you worry that names consulting, I year, then I'm sure they done the former Navajo president, Jonathan Ness, on other entities, I think so, yeah, he has been should they not. Ako din sa pamagayang ay Ts'ah na nagtatestos ng iyasong nagayda konti ayaw iisa ako nagayda nakis kamaras kaifran o nagayda yata nagayda sinsigito nagayda ayaw kitesti ayaw din nastepo ay nado Ts'ah so isipin ko. So AIC to hindi nito les pero around chapters strategies to kasi so nagayda chat leadership nagayda Naatsis'aan ajabas anigi ay update industry ito nagayda so santa e financial ito uli nagayda That administration staff and Liddy, like updating the sheet. And I guess ich can, look, I'm a bahas seat on the Tajigi. I don't know, and rate, a dana from the 4th of July, so that was painful. I could and the sheet of a fantastic day for rate down. The whole thing that a get on and rate that couldn't say it right as well. I reckon you have that fix. The dana, they can't have it now. Don't know the rodeo. Okay. The basis of man on the fire so not needed at the sea. So yeah, she got the sound of all article. The radars are the thing that in a eligible, but the rate on the Navajo Nation fire restriction, the ASAP is typical. They can't gauge of the radar or we are not setting up with the Navajo Nation emergency management mission as a resolution is like for the radar, see you go the radar, can't gauge of that nickel. I see that, I see. Now, Mr. has leaving, I should not have radar. Emergency order at his alcohol. So it is that type of, I don't know, the radar. But that in the Sweden, she integrates on Sunday. Could on the rate legislation, I think the other queer na ki could I became not start for I don't know the she don't let it go later. One of them is the Naatsis'aan could shut it down the Shokon Veda Office of Legislative Council. Could have Veda. I think the queen, the money and about just the thing called they don't 1.9 million. Could could the Naatsis'aan is staff legislation shot the net or man on the rate. Now the final authority. It doesn't go to council. Not the final authority. With any $1,000 not this on Shenigi. I just was she laid down. She put on the NOST more than life for good RDC out in the Budget Finance Committee. But they don't let it go. So you don't put $1,000 let it go. So the way that RDC battled me, crossing with the I've been international or maybe that 2 days, 3 days ahead that I don't know, Budget Finance Committee that via Tito. So you would say that you get 1.9 million. For this 8.8 million, so it get what so it is what careful. So 3.4 for Shonto down bed asmus as we have to take a hotel. I don't know at the 2.1 trillion or 20K. I don't know the data over 900,000 plus a million for Oljato. I don't know 1.9 million for Naatsis'aan. The quite as 8.8 million because of legal level. So it'll be $1,000 level. I don't know another legislation that I am requesting for is for Mark Miracle, as a data. What quick Langi in door cup. What I asked in data. So shot is gasto. Shot is negative. As a data. That's the data for him in door cup. Yeah. Shot is negative. So I don't know they 3 chapters in the data. From that was Kake for Penyon, Art Rocks, Blue Cat, Book of Will, Cottonwood, Low Mountain, and Hawk, Maito, Lupton, not up the Springs, Cold or Red Valley. Yeah, I just told that was Cottonwood, but like, yeah, that I think you can't deal with Shonto, but Mark Mary was the Office of Legislative Council, Chief Legislative Council for Shafi Clinical, say, production not spending or that. I don't know the we have a bit of their team, they use a water rights projects and then she's still pretty asking how she makes his down these medical water projects like that. They make his down. They see his down these medical issue, been getting possible. As in they basically indicate 2.2 million in the way that says, I really put up, I said, no, I put up. That's not the chance that this shadow. I don't know, but on the way down. another legislation that I'm moving forward with is the Trading Tours the Great Page road improvement. I see the copy to what the snow for the later, just to that Zach or Ray as the very Chini, and the one of the tour operators, Trading Tours, close to $500,000, for a unique or that. We went before Resources and Development Committee, actually, so the Wednesday, we're going before Budget and Finance Committee, Shinabi, the Navajo Council, summer session there. It's going to be on the agenda of electrical. So you can experience the electrical. Yeah. I don't put on the rate now. I it on sheet, yeah, so but in the public hearing by the cable, rather than one issue. When the rate that the should courts now is go public hearing by the cable law and order committee. Put on the rate that the rate that and then again. For the I don't see. Even get the public hearing, they for the rate, for Chief Justice. A late of a nomination. Late of a nomination. I'll for the Ts'ah, and then litigate we did 12 public hearings. But they holidays, the rate of from point of holidays, I don't know, pay holidays, we wonder rocker. So I'll and we'll cut the critical. So then, N.O.S.T, I don't know, I don't know, later, and a few top shiprock. I don't know, later. Pinion, Bilcon, Rayma. What Chile? The Cubby Crew. The class of the steep, Slambury could be even measured, though I need to go. I made it go late on last week, Monday, and down, yeah, Jay.
Over there.
Chief
You have to
Justice.
keep looking on that door. She's kind of this trailer.
We could do a later. We both the day, yeah.
I call my auntie so kind of
Or in favor, 0 opposed, not to confirm Chief Justice Joy and Jane. A week, yeah, call. So in a way, law and order, were the plan, or the agent. So as a way that writing it down, Donna, Chief Justice, so even not a feeling that Joy and Jane. Over the way that President United, Chief Justice. You know, the one, yeah, I don't know, Associate Justice. Today I found us that Associate Justice, Ellen Shirley. Because she's the acting Chief Justice. So, people in Gal, Chief Justice and also Associate Justice agents and again. So you would imagine get a hashin sorry. But Chris is or a Naatsis'aan or non-evaluation the after even necessarily I voted red on the Chief Justice confirmation game. So even rapid questions for radar. The should course now is not going to be like Bill Con. I remember. It has I see it. Boy, you able to initial, but it has table. So even national road, I see my back. When it's a case, it's just as funny, but this case, you know, the issue. So even that's I don't know, but on the way down. This week is on the way down. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, from Monday in Albuquerque, we're now on oil and gas shareholder meeting that we play for manager. Was Aniki, the day that because of the way that now nation oil and gas board members and litigate creation confirmed indoor at that was nation. So Khan, but we get that way, now Khan confirmed that's easy, man. Like, oh, yeah, now, it's actually, oh, yeah. Oil and gas in Michigan. So actually more than likely I'm going to request for executive sessions for a larger 11 now hall up. So here and benign the door executive session. I the kids, is she not been a chance or is 80 I don't know, but on the way down. Last month, I showed the way down. Monmouth, Oregon, wouldn't say Yaakov, the way down. Western Oregon University. Yeah, since about quite that. The year from Shonto so bad. When you live in the system, sort of, and not kitchen big, I was ordered 18 hours. That's big, I was ordered. Days, a year, so. So even not the way that. Quite get shut there on the way that, Western Agency Council, yeah, say, but even. So even that's, but all you, was a man, but on the way that recently, the way that, at the same time, so. Youth travel leaders meeting, that was Jingle, each another one, Yakov, each in Asia, Mr. Robert Clark, each in Asia, was the call, and not the door. My brother, some say, shot, but about the how naked report every undating so I don't know, world reports on dating executive session. Yeah, that isn't the way Nickel. Or $8,000. I don't know, but on the way that Capitani, Michigan, it's all under budget, 8 and things. 2026, banana hacking fiscal year, 8 put on the way down. Comprehensive budget with the name Mexico. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, put on the way to law and order committee. Put on the way down budget hearing, Ibane, Chico. So Monday, 18th, so we can conduct a meeting here, so I'm gonna be with the rock. Such one of the Mondays, that's, I'm usually the winter rock the cost. When the real Shabi got the rich leg up, so. The sound that was shot shape of the Shabi got Monday or Shabi got the winter rock, the Shalom board committee meeting. Also, that the committees like budget finance committee Tuesday, but the committee but RDC has committee law or members that get meetings so a budget committee is still difficult. I don't know, but on the day budget finance committee, so budget hearings, they're not so $8,000 in the very oversight and give public safety. I don't know, judicial branch, budget donation, that's all difficult. So that Tuesday, either should be not shop. Tuesday, Navajo Utah Commission, and Utah, there's a hate plate or difficult. So the 7 chapters, Oljato and also, I don't know, the Mexican water, Red Mesa, and this is 7 chapters, each on a jail. I mean, it's not another such a very fun, so they need cockroach at each vehicle. So you don't need balance and don't difficult. So, budget, there's unmet needs that are known for issue believe that the nation is storage. How does she base on the heights on the quantity on the way down when it comes to navigation? I don't know, on the way down, council, okay, Navigation Council, budget meeting she basically based by personal station on medical could only be see government and then I face with the very why I don't say that $200 a night will be that no I'm not saying $200 a night be that 150 big and it's about some or then there's your about that case. I really got things and then they praise official. They position gave me fashion that. So I did not open and would so I don't change him to the prison official I know that. What I take on 8 years ago, 1 foot over the assistant or less could I don't know whether that could do that since an understanding. I could have 18 months when they say about this last and 18 months, I was seeing the 2027, January, at the cut of it. I did not have less than a cut of this 2027, January. I wish I don't think it's honest that this is my last term. I don't know that. I don't have to get I actually I try to there's a question now that I say Sì, allora un tasso lezen se mi ga wali da. I think he did it with me other snap. Say. Now that's inside there for the four chapters for my God. Yeah, they got shot the chapter for either event save on the for the 3.5 years say yeah. You know the dog massive about like it's not 18 months. We had good lot of that about 18 months. So it's my age and short. It means that you're not so that the nature of so any other nature has state or recognition of the so that I don't know but I will provide a written report on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Questions? Questions? Okay. Thank you for your report. We move on down to Fern Damali. It's Fern Damali, Novel District Supervisor, District 1. *6 to unmute. I'll put you on mute. Sorry about that. Just so you know, *6 to unmute. Are you able to unmute yourself? *6 to unmute. Fern, are you able to hear us? Okay. With that, go back to her and she can get unmuted. Judy Gay. Again. And Robert Black. LDA Herman Daniels. Mr. Robert Black, are you guys able to hear us online?
I can hear.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, we got you. All right, Robert, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Chair, Adam, that our Secretary, and then our Honorable Delegate, Mr. Daniels, and then also the respective chapter officials that are in attendance for today's meeting. Based on the report that Mr. Daniels, sinali lagi ko a summation of the meeting that was held in Cedar City, Utah, the Utah Tribal Leaders Quarterly Meeting, and the Navajo Nation report that was provided on behalf of Delegate Daniels in coordination with the Navajo Utah Commission. So, Mr. Clarence Rockwell was in attendance, and also staff member Stephanie Holly. So basically the report was prepared by the Navajo Utah Commission, and it covered some eight areas, and the first one reporting on and this is reporting to the leaders that were in attendance from the Ute tribes and the Shoshone, I think was too, and that believe there was at least 5 of them in attendance in person, and then two were also on the call. So majority of the report that was basically Navajo Nation wide, or generally the Navajo Nation reporting. So as long as you get the Navajo Nation budget process, auto account A or number 2 reported on the coal revitalization public hearings. On kon a talk on a elk petroleum sale. On the 4 on a zero suicide prevention with the people that are within the San Juan County area. This is, I guess, in Navajo Nation collaboration with San Juan County, Utah DHHS, and Utah Navajo Health System. They're working on together to address the crisis. On the update on the Utah Department of Transportation road project, which is going on between Montezuma Creek and N.O.S.T. We provided a summation on the work that was going on, and that the project is expected to be completed by 2026. On I guess a quick summary on the Oljato Navajo Mountain Transportation EIS project. The nation was unsuccessful for the 3rd time in securing the state legislative to secure funding for this project. And right now, some of the costs that were being estimated, and I guess there's several that are out there now, is now the EIS environmental impact statement cost is going to be around $4 million, and then the construction of the 4 to 5 mile road is approximately $142 million. So, but some of the entities that are involved in I guess providing statistics on this project said that the cost might actually be higher than what is being estimated at the moment. So, but we're asking the Navajo communities and their leaders to indicate that we shouldn't be really discouraged by the cost figures and how much it is. That we try to, I guess, go with initial first steps so that we can get things out of the way. And then this is to address a lot of the issues that the area faces, especially in giving timely access to medical services, law enforcement, education, not on the economic development initiatives. So AAIC group and so. On number 7, San Juan School District, they have 3 high schools that are operating in the Navajo Nation, and approximately 756 Navajo students all graduated from these 3 high schools. But one of the things that's kind of coming down the pipe is that San Juan School District they were recently notified by the Department of Education that the school districts will be receiving a major cut in federal GOM funding. So also the school district also hired a Navajo principal for Willamette Valley High School for the next school year, which is Nelson Yellowman of Willamette Valley. He's a retired school board member after 19 years of services. So out on that, there's 2 Navajo educators applied to fill the vacant position with Rose Jr. as a successful candidate for White Horse High School. So she got that's what took place. And then I noticed to say that the Navajo Nation Council is conducting meetings for getting ready for the upcoming summer session. So our respective or the tribes that were represented at the meeting. And then also under and there are people has but one of the major ones that I guess is going to be I guess based on the subject matter, which is uranium. Adiki, the White Mesa, the leader there, was really opposed to I guess the site processing whatever's coming out of the Grand Canyon and going across 160 to 191 to White Mesa. So they're looking at a uranium conference pretty soon, and he provided some dates, but I'm not sure if they're permanent or definite yet. But once I get it verified, it's pretty much a done deal. I will circulate that to let the people who are, I guess, of the position and they're showing their concerns. So, and there's a gentleman coming out of East Bus, and I think his name was Mr. Bedoni. I forgot his first name. I'm helping organize that event. No, yeah, wasn't it? Out on that, we had various departments from the Utah state government that they're working with Native nations in the Utah area who provided their um, services, especially in the area of libraries, out on the veterans, out on the some of the critical services that are needed by domestic violence staff that came in. And they're really, really detailed in how they work with the native tribes. So they were really offering, I guess, collaboration and partnership to at least provide some of the services that they can have delivered to the Navajo region of or even the Paiute and the other tribal areas that they can provide these services for our people that need it. So, and the real interesting one was from the library, ADGA. I think they're really looking at promoting a lot of their services to the tribal regions. Aronan, our organizer, who had the meeting set up. AKA, he's working on getting the summit together for this coming fall. So oh no, August, excuse me, not giving me the right information, but I think it was in August. Sahit Letoles will be like a all day session with tribal departments, and I think there were like 14 of them. So that each department is supposed to provide information for each tribe, which are going to be all separated by tribal regions. So Navajo will have their own group where these department heads will be coming in and explaining or delivering information on how they work with the chapters or the Indian tribes the last year, and I guess to indicate that they are addressing issues in terms of what they're being challenged or what they're being asked to do, so that they know that the Indian tribes issues are being dealt with. So issue day, there'll be an interesting one for our tribal leaders from the Utah side to attend, because I'm not familiar with all of the issues that the Utah state government has in terms of how it's working with the tribe, especially in the services that they provide. They'll give me updates. So there'll be one that our tribal leaders, our leadership, should be looking forward to attending. So and I'll forward more information on that to the Utah chapter, or I guess all the chapters, so that they're aware of it. So it was really interesting to hear other aspects of our native leaders are out there, and the challenges they face. And Shani, and then some of them were really, really, I guess financially not really well off, or to be able to address a lot of the issues by their own whatever income or revenues that they receive. And I think Navajo, it seems like it's being looked at as one that has a lot of resources that we could tap into more than the other chapters, so that we can try to address our issues with our Navajo Nation government. So, so thank you to Shanalit Dagadanigas for giving me the opportunity to be present for that meeting. That's the extent of my report, Chair. Doc.
Thank you very much for that. For the report. Questions? Back.
So ano po, nilo-restrict na community under the project and or from the non-partners. Some of the vision at one. And surely it's a happy that not follow. You know, really national. Navajo. One, so, and I think, goal right now is to be sure, we educate the community about, fire restrictions in the Navajo County, which has been in place since we. Means that you can't feel a fire, homestead and, communities, something for the really nice, but otherwise. And also. Driving metal. President Biden was there. In the one day. There's a lot then. I say still levels out there because there's really. There's so much problem. We have too much rain. That was the area. And of overreaches along Arizona, New Mexico border. And over here at Navajo Mountain, Judy, the day and myself have been out there a couple of times. And we did look at the site. When the fire first came on that time when we had Western Agency, or you guys all had Western Agency Council, because I was absent. Laid out DT, it was really small, but it had grown to about 2,200 acres. The rain that put out, and thank goodness. We don't want any wildfires out and about. And the GVation of the still very active. So that's the main reason why you can also see that people have, or not, but the side of the roads along the right of way, there's a bunch of burns. Throughout my area, in the District 1, I'm sure. In District 2, we always see it in the Dalton and Seasto area. And over to the Indian Wells, those are some of the flatlands with a lot of grass, dry grass now. The monsoons are supposed to be better this year than last year, so we hope to be looking forward to more rain coming. And also thank you to every one of you who did say your prayers because of the fires that that asked for rain and it did come, so we're grateful and thank each and every one of you. Okay, Sean. Other than that, our new fiscal year over at the Navajo County has gone as long, also in the state on the 1st of July. So we have funding for the district funds. We can get office supplies for you or or do an event. I know Navajo Mountain did ask for funds already for the hunting days. I also assisted them last year with that as well. And that's gonna be, the funding that you ask for is a little on the high side, I probably ask you to fund part of your office equipment. That's what I wanted for office equipment and events for the district funds. Otherwise, we have the HER funds, highway user revenue funds, that it's full, balance now at, well, it was for 400,000, but I do have a grader and a grader operator, we have to deduct from that, so I have about 320,000 for road projects. And like I mentioned to some of the chapters, we can't build a whole road, but we can certainly help with some culverts, some gravel, and mowing or signage and restriping. There much we can assist with that. Although, yeah, I put the over here at intersection 98 and 160. We're trying to get them to take the one sign down. Because, you know, that's kind of an obstruction for the drivers. Before we had asked for a turnaround on, not a turnaround, a roundabout. But Shonto did say no to that. Their economic development grew back in the past, and then later on they decided they're gonna consider it, but now it's mainly in the hands of the business that is there. Like they told the Navajo hospital that they have to do stop signs and then there's the no intersection. That's the same with here. A dot in the hands of the business, but they decide they're going to. But we still can advocate and say, okay, we want to, that the community wants to run about, community wants the signs to be in a better place, or either there's two signs coming in from 98. There's one to the turn off to the right, then there's one in the middle of the road. So basically in the middle of the road. So we're gonna deal with that with ADOT and then there's others that are requesting assistance in Pianta along the 160 as well as Ishkamito and also Oljato. So Oljato, I think that's kind of situated with the widening of the shoulder there at the where the road turns off to Narrow Canyon and the road curves. And they have a lot of vehicle issues there, accidents and etc. And there's no internet there, so you can't really call out unless you're way beyond or you're before the altitude. I guess you call it. So quite the adaptation. Although other than that, the county is approving its budget. Now that the state has approved its budget, over down at the state level, and of course you guys all know that the federal government passed its but or beautiful bill or whatever he's called. Most of the people on now call it because we feel, but he's called beautiful bill. And the vice president broke the tie, and then on the House side, it was sent back to the House side where only 10.4 votes. So your voice has unheard as a lot of the Republicans that vote on the no side. How it's gonna affect the 2026 elections, I guess we'll see in a year. And from now, I don't know if Jonathan, former President Jonathan is running again, but I did see Eric Deschutes' name for US Congress. So I don't know, what will happen. Eric Deschutes was a state representative down in Phoenix, so we'll see how that pans out. And I also found out that, James C. Teshler is running for the state also rep again. I believe she might be running in place of her mother, May Teshler. So it just about auto at the state level, dialysis sign, agreement sign. Gee, I don't even know that hospital it was, I apologize. And do nothing otherwise, just and then meetings as usual, and I would request if you may send me the information, or have your secretary or CSC send me info on the chapter meetings before, because before they didn't have it. So we still don't have it. Your chapter meetings, and I won't be able to, just like I tell the chapters, put up, not talk, so, I can't attend every meeting every time. It might be every quarter, it might be on a quarterly basis, but the quarterly won't follow the January, April, July. It might follow March, August, September, look at every 3 months that I come around. But this excursion house that requests is gonna request an event. But they come a senior center, so they did let me know last week. I'll follow through with that, and if I don't hear from them, I'll follow up with them. Okay, EEA 98 and 221, that's the one that turns off the Shonto. No, what down, he is still on ADOT site, and I was gonna ask ADOT if they were due to turn off before they said. I don't think it warrants it, but I'm gonna say it warrants it because I feel like when I'm turning off, I'm still on the main road and I need to turn off, so I'll request that as well. Shonto for when you turn off in a different lane, or we would try to without a so the number is so advances is to go. That's in the NOST area. Thank you for your attention. I don't get any, and I don't know what I thought, so we can have any questions.
Mr. Luce, I don't know how why. I think the area guarding the 160 98 junction. There was a very need to have some serious consideration for alternative rather than the way it is now. Even fines maybe traffic light would slow the volume of traffic, high volume of traffic, because I see accident right there traveling through, so it will continue, I believe. So there needs to be some kind of control management, rather than just a notice of slow down. But who slows down? And they see sound. You don't see sound, they see it, but the traveling, the speed that they're going is still at a high speed, so that's one area. That I like to, because I charted sports, and that's the one I first saw it several years ago, Naatsis'aan right there, and I said, okay, let's see speed up. There was a lady in Arizona Department of Transportation that was working. I don't know if she still is.
Lucy Professor is a member of the Arizona Board of Transportation. She's the same one that's gonna run likely for House of Representatives.
So, the other concern that I have is the monies that are, what is the county doing in terms of what Trump is doing, cutting funds, denying funds will be in the what do you call the beautiful bill.
Well,
There's nothing beautiful about it.
yeah,
It's the camouflage.
I know.
There's going to be an estimated 17 million people that will be affected. Healthcare benefits will be cut. 17 million. Part of that is Navajo Nation.
Yes.
Navajo people that are receiving services under hospitalization, home nursing care. What's going to happen if those fundings are cut? They're going to be left out, they're going to be sent home. But if there's nobody to take care of them in my home, food assistance programs.
I think from the county, the main thing they're kind of budget for is for their own area, which comes from the state, which ultimately some of it comes from the federal, but a lot of it is from the state where we pay our own taxes as well as gas taxes, food taxes, sales taxes that we pay. I know that last year, the state wanted to do away with all the sales taxes, but the small towns and municipalities said, no, that's where we get our funding. We don't do that without teaching the governor, so we still get funding from certain areas, and then also licensing taxes and get that. But some of we realize that a lot of these electrical vehicles are not paying their share of gas taxes, so the state is trying to do something with that so we can get funding from there. Right now, there's nothing in place to get funding from those people that have electrical vehicles. the state does pay some of that, Medicaid taxes as well as certain, they pay for a portion of that. The federal government pays a portion, and the state pays a portion. So we would still have some of that funding for our indigent or the low income people. But it's not gonna be enough. And what I read was that the federal government is trying to weed out those people that are illegals and those kind of folks. That's why they're doing this, is what it says. But then at the same time, he's feeding these rich people. So it takes our voice in a couple of years to vote them out, or how we can do this. Because a lot of the stayed home, that we're gonna win anyways, so they decided they're going to town instead of going voting, or they just put their ballot somewhere and just kind of ignored it and let it go pass on by the election. They said a lot of the Democrats stayed home, they didn't come vote. And then many of them, mainly because they decided that they're likely Harris is gonna win. However, Republicans pushed themselves to go to the polls and get themselves to make sure their ballot was sent in. That is one of the reasons why Navajo County became a red county. I did witness that, because I was at the poll sites, and they really encourage each other to make sure they voted. And they put signs on their, I saw this in Winslow. They had their flags up, their signs up, whatever they can do, they wore their shirt, they wore their patriotic stuff. They put it on their vehicle, as opposed to, we got caught off guard, basically, the Democrats got caught off guard. So what can we let happen in 2 more years? Are we gonna just let it go and say, try and encourage your young folks to register and vote? And that's Elizabeth and Cassidy, that at the federal level and at the state level and at the county level, but a lot of it at the federal level. So put out. So what are we gonna do? We at the county, we've already budgeted for everything. Next meeting is our next meeting is on the 15th of July. We're gonna approve what we have, and that's only for the county. We can only vouch for the county.
All right. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the questions. Moving on down to Judy.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, gone. Well, good morning, everyone. Ado shiteji ado thodijini nishle ado tsedishkijni bashishchin lashchi dashiche do tachini dashanala combine mesa do yisi nasha ado in da con the president do vice president do secretary con meeting day no auto honorable Daniels and all the chapter officials and other people that are in attendance. Thank you for being here. Auto I just wanted to give a brief report. Some of the things I wanted to talk about my sister Fern went over, but it's one of the things that we have is that we have 7 chapters that we're overseeing from Coconino County. from Loop Oil Spring, Talani Lake, Coal Mine, and then Tanalia and Navajo Mountain Inscription House. Ado o Zay Tachil Mon Kopido. We have two there. So just like just like Fern said, you know, we get invited to all their meetings every month, and I have looked at, you know, the possibility of doing our quarterly also, because it's something that there's only two of us working, and Angie's supposed to be in the office, but sometimes she does cover some meetings for me, and then I do the rest of the meetings, not to mention all the other meetings. But, you know, I guess we're just kind of I'm just thinking, you know, how we're going to better situate this so that, you know, I know chapters want us there and we're invited, you know, but it's just a lot. You know, we try to make all their planning meetings, all their chapter meetings, and any other meetings that they might want us to attend at their chapters. But you know, it's just sometimes they're at the same date and time. But nonetheless, you know, I I did Nikki for Coconino County. Most of our blading, we have over 200 miles of blading that we do for from the county with a IGA with the Navajo Nation. We finally got the IGA a couple months ago, I think it was, you know, to continue with the blading, and most of it's down like on the other side of I-40, and then also across TA, and then Adonste, Yanle, Loop and Talani Lake area, and then coal mine that Tinigito. So I have extended it to Cow Springs. I think that road that from Cow Springs tunnel to Crossroads. We're going to be doing an on-site visit there just to see what areas we can go ahead and blade in that area. I've been there when it got really rained, and when it really rained, and that road is really sticky. So so that we'll be going ahead and doing that, you know, when Chris is available to go out there and visit. Although we did have some an issue that came to our office regarding things that were going on in Inscription House, and then you know, there's suspicious so what we did was we got I contact the sheriff, and he quickly called Paige, and hello. Oh,
There you go. Here you.
okay, I don't know what's wrong with my phone. Um, but anyway, Ado a page do police department, county do a Ado spot checking into, but that no, so he was kind of given some time, you know, to run around in that area. Ado our budget for the Coconino County, we the last week of June, we went and approved our budget for the coming year, which starts in January. And this year, what we did was we really, because of all the things that are happening and all the cuts here and there are being proposed, what we did is we had all our directors look at each budget that they have. Are there positions that have been vacant for so long? And are there, you know, what are some of the things you really, really need within your department? And at the end, we were budgeted lower than last year. So out of that money that we had, we put it in, like an account where it would just be sitting there and growing babies. So, but anyway, so one of the things that so that's what we've been doing, because we don't know parts of our health department, our schools, and there's different areas that they they went and was cut, you know. So during the budget session, we were supposed to be releasing some people, but we went and used some reserve dollars to continue hiring so that there's a continuation of services that they're being provided. So daily, although we just picked them up as a whole, although everyone has been talking about is the budget is being still dealt with. You know, I don't know how it's going to turn out, but again, we do get a lot of dollars from our taxes and the state there. Although we do a lot of grants, that's how we were managing to run their organization. Of course, we still have federal dollars that we rely on too. Although Tuba City Service Center, yeah, is going to be coming up right there on the east side of McDonald's. There's going to be a service center. And what we want to do is bring services there to that building. It's going to be a county building. And just like, for instance, the judges will be set up there on certain days. So the people that have to go to court in Flagstaff, they don't have to go all the way to Flagstaff. They can go as far as Tuba City and then get the services because the judges are going to be there, you know, for just to take care of the issues that they have. And we do have dollars for it. And so we received over, I believe, over half of it. And yet we did get the other half approved last year. And here Trump is kind of not wanting to let that go. But then we do have a second plan where we're still going to go and continue to build that, get that service center built there. Right now, we're located up there by the Tuba City Boarding School, just north of that. There's a big water tower there, and there's a building there that has Coconino County. That's where our office is at right now. Although, and then the fire for the Navajo Mountain at dawn, it was given to us that, you know, there's a fire going. So our office quickly got some donations together so that, you know, we could help out with even the feeding or whatever needs to happen with the firefighters. So we stayed there, and then of course, you know, we had another meeting in Page, so we were there. So we did do the area as far as just observing and see where they would need help, you know, in any way. So we were very present in that area. So so anyway, Otto, I'm not sure how the dollars are going to come out from the federal government. It kind of concerns me because, again, you know, what services, we don't want to do with any services, but I think we can probably be able to function maybe for a couple of years. But other than that, I'm not sure where it's going to go. But hopefully, you know, things change at that point in time. But anyway, Fern mentioned about the state transportation board. I attend all their state transportation board meetings. So if there's anything that you want me to share at that meeting, you know, just go ahead and email it to me at my email so that I can go ahead and get that information and forward it back to you. So I would like to be working with the chapters on that. Other than that, the county is willing to help the Parks and Recreation. We do have staff there that do a lot of planning. They do, like, for recreation, if you have junk food taxes that are just sitting there and you don't know how to go about developing certain areas and, you know, doing maps of it, or even just anything that you need to help with. They're willing to do that. We have a couple of chapters that are already asking for assistance. So because they do have those dollars just sitting there, so you can contact Angie, Cody, at my office, and then she can go ahead and work with them. If we're involved, Angie really, really keeps a check, and she's right there, you know, making double checking with everything, making sure that communication is going well. And if they need to meet, she sets up meeting places and getting people together to talk about what needs to get done. So I really have a lot of faith in her, and she's been with the Navajo Nation government for a long time. And so I know she knows the most of the in and outs of you know, how to work within the Navajo tribe. So I just want to say that, and also um, that's all I have right now. I'm trying to focus just really just on Inscription House and Navajo Mountain area right now. But I know there's going to be a road. One of the issues that uh, is has come up, you know, kind of like the road from Tuba City to towards Hopi Country, doing some guardrails. I had one installed and I had a hard time working with that, but I did identify two areas that really, really needed a guardrail because of wintry snows and stuff like that. It gets pretty slippery, and the downhill, you know, it's really dangerous for people. So anyway, Ada, guardrail, Likisha, Sha'alia. The other one is going up that big hill going towards coal mine. So they're just prepping that. But I think if you were talking about roads, one of the main things is that if you don't ask for guardrails, they're not going to put it in there. So when we're planning these things, we have to make sure that if we feel that there's going to be a turnoff, kind of a turnoff every down to, you know, the length, the width or whatever. And then also the where the guardrails would be located. That's very, very important. I had to solicit dollars on the side through ADOT and getting those dollars identified. And the same way with the school right there at Cow Springs, the Head Start. So one living that a team by Head Start. Edo peso. We got monies. I got monies for that, and um, you know, they came in and they did that. It's not a real road, but it's a real nice road where the road is not muddy anymore for 1 mile. So a lot of interaction, a lot of planning, and you know, just meeting and making sure that you're soliciting dollars and keeping your ears open for dollars that may be coming about. So don't hilbahas don't so yet been ye bahasi lido ado here con the 10 minutes that don't know, you know, give us that time to give you a brief update on anything that's happening. And I want to thank everybody in attendance, and I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Yate Korea,
Yeah,
oh, you went, here once, I finally hear that you have assisted in, Navajo man, Naatsis'aan community. Of course, yeah, they know that. The other thing that I am, uh, thinking about, and we're talking about it in Naatsis'aan, is right now we're talking about road connection between Oljato and now Naatsis'aan Navajo Mountain. We'd like to continue the concept from Naatsis'aan to Navajo Canyon crossing to connect to Arizona State Highway 98 somewhere here between Hyderco and Square View. Sometime down the road, way in the I got it. I think that since you said you do attend state transportation board Wayne election. Maybe it's just a concept plan that we're trying to dream up to enhance economic development and those depressed communities, just like Navajo Mountain. Economic growth and development is probably, as I stated before, -10 according to measurements that are being used across the board. So thank you very much for assisting us. And again, I'd like to coordinate with you and also your other compadre to see if we can continue to work. Thank you.
Yeah, I do. I'm one of the state transportation board members. That's why I say I attend all the meetings. So that's the reason why I offered. If there's anything that Navajo Mountain Inscription House, I'm with that area. That's part of my district. Lena Fowler has Shonto, Kaibito, and Page, and Tuba City and Gap. Cameron, don't she has all of that. So, so it probably would, but I don't mind, even for those areas, just to introduce anything that you guys want me to help with, since there are other chapters that are there. I just have to run it by her, make sure that she's okay with it. So, but what
Okay, thank you for that. So now we're gonna focus on now Route 16 first. Right here, that's what we're focusing on.
Item 26.
As long as we get now Route 16, okay, hey, the thing is, do whatever you guys want. Yeah, hey, thank you for that report. Moving on down to reports for the chapter president. We'll go ahead and have Naatsis'aan chapter provide your report. Update report. Nella, go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's like to express my appreciation to from the Naatsis'aan chapter. To for all the assistance and services that were rendered on behalf of the to contain the wildfire on Navajo Mountain. I know Shilagari so I don't Kudodo Nako the Ego Kuri issue the Kuroshi has those things. So she does in this is that at the feedback thick is gonna be compiled a brief over the years. We're still small to and made the issue that the arbitrary that and it is to whatever is the share. I don't that. Or ship it or show. No six penny yet. There was no cloud in the sky. There was no rain. Therefore, you assume that there's no going to be any likely. Of course, those are, they tell, that's not, nobody could. Well, I assume the way that I understood the report was that it was likely that caused the wildfire due to, I don't know if there's any evidence, dry light investigation that actually consistente con il case e alle potential evidence che dicono che otherwise we are will be considered a resolution 80 naveded the flag door for this in Antarctica, they heard the demo yet. Rally enough the chipper. Which is without choice. They have to use what they found. I was on a coalition of 7 county coalition out of the state of Utah. Under 7 counties. Each county I took that project out. Benchmark. For a hundred within road between Naatsis'aan and community, I mean, Navajo, aided at the project to get the code. I know that the previous couple years ago, the Lieutenant Governor Henderson, she committed $1 million. I died. She waiting for a matching source of 3 million to make it. I don't know if they, according to cost, increased cost of everything. I know it's probably 5 million now, so that's the projection I had. A resolution review for our RDP, the transit network, the transportation. Mr. Harold Thompson there, issue out of there. But that's the material. But I don't know if they can around that. But we could submit that resolution, so we continue to advocate for those and to see if we could get some other donation for each. They showed that under me, yes. It is by people they stole. Projects, local projects, we were shaking. 15 I know under the water settlement agreement for the state of Utah is not very nice. So federal government has already approved, Congress has approved, set aside for water distribution and so forth for the 7 chapters in Utah. Of course, as we move forward, I learned that there is a JUD engineering firm, and underneath is another London engineering firm. A guy by the name of Don Adams is the head of that engineering firm that is assigned by the state of Utah natural resources to work with the 7 Navajo chapters to develop a water distribution plans projects of which it was set up at the island. So on one side, it's good. So some years ago, there was an agreement made between the USDA for the state of Arizona, Utah, New Mexico. For the Navajo Nation, the state of Arizona assume all oversight of natural resource conservation programs under the Navajo Nation. It doesn't matter what state, of course. So under that system, the directive was made. Right now, I'm working with, supposed to be working with the Arizona Natural Resource. A lady by the name of USDA Director, so ACI you'll be working with that and bringing some of those plans together. We're meeting, sent information to them that their response was scheduled July 17th, 10 a.m. at Naatsis'aan Community. That's what I'm looking at, to see if we can develop a water distribution plan utilizing a water settlement agreement between the Navajo Nation and the state of Utah or the San Juan County, Utah. The other side is working and waiting to see the detailed information on Arizona side, Navajo Nation, the water settlement agreement, eight on that. So I think there's some difference that's going on, of course. Hopefully that some of these things are will be to be realized, and we can reap the benefit of those agreements that will be forthcoming. Those are some projects that we are as a community are looking towards and looking forward to what would be our next step for our community growth and development, as I always refer to, because we are the very most isolated community in Navajo Nation. And it still is. And I was surprised that President of Navajo Nation has also, I would say, neglected our community by not coming to the scheduled meeting that we're supposed to have June 16th. Clearly, highlight those for me, somewhere, whoever is taking the notes. The other concern is what do we do with the, as I stated, 17 million people across the United States will be affected by the beautiful and the ugly. Beautiful bill. And the president of the United States signed on January 4th. Of course, I like it out. Funny, I love it as a grassroots people. Are we waiting for our leader wonder what the first. Did they say some plans and opposition or? Yeah, well, go ahead and accept every. Okay, Palestine or treaty rights are being violated. Are being pushed aside. Okay, we don't exercise those rights that we have. Okay, I still have a question. So it's not that, because USA food donated food, yeah, that's gonna be impacted. SNAP food assistance from the state aid is gonna be cut. Where are these people going? And our land is not productive as it used to be back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Our lifestyles are being reduced at a rate you will never see, not only by the owners, but by Trump itself. Weather conditioning is conditioned. And those are critical thinking, and we need to consider. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the report. Questions, comments? Okay. Hearing none. And three, two. Go ahead.
Oljato ready lunch sharing. Vice Secretary, the council documents. Representative funds. To the to report, Jeff on this case, they seems like they are you out meeting then of has not or start the show answer. Then I don't be got. Or right now the administration need to get on that. They do not get everybody, you know, but I didn't not and that, but also I'm not sure. We did all this on later junior that the picture that we had a strategic planning meeting. But I want to can do at the deep the there's in the part the interior when I put a strategic meeting, which a project fund that's it though I don't know what's going on with our administration though. I don't know that the officials, I don't know that Pepsi, I don't know on housing committee. He would I can speak me the one that sees me. I don't know that we had a presenter that came in. We don't need to have seen. They was other night out of a year, which very the joke of that of things in what they came in. The other even that evening. Other that Friday, what's that? Other towards the afternoon, projects on the phone. They by little so and they 5 power. Other next year now, in a one nation now, we can yeah. The other is the Hamachi, now that we see. We had a meeting with the following day, we had a regular staff meeting, we went finished or chat meeting. Foreign testing, I'm sure the question should be and then deciding to what's last name of. Although the following day, budget and finance committee that made it and the welcome center, and they do, if you want that state, I think Wednesday, they had it over in Chile. Resolutions passed that don't need to CC Shindu and the other presenting that. I think it was pushing 14 million that should indicate somewhere around there. The health and bathroom edition. So how do you can't but the resolution that people can't but they should pull up shadow and NOST and but it's gonna take a long time. So out of the 13th we had our public meeting. We had another meeting with the ARDA president and the ARDA it was after the other way is that she we finished our meeting day on Wednesday, I think it was the 25th that we finished our chapter meeting, the regulations for passing that. This can have a chapter also, and we're going back and forth between the Halchita community and the Oljato. So we had a chapter meeting over there in Halchita. Quite like I said, what's that? So although Kedo, so one of our projects are Chichihone in the sea hat water, they will touch it port Kazini, one we talked about the Kazini, it hasn't so it's for the I don't on so I talked to the Navajo, the Kazini, I was listening then. The binds in Yat, she funding our coaching donation. Of course, from my understanding, is name is going to happen. They were so on the order. They are going to have a pump house over there, or the other put something on the close on there, because that's going to happen. I want to work for something. They are the job out there. This whole pump house to have Mr. Show on the reservation side, and then get I don't need the noise for me. Those so we can have a meeting with the NTUA party in the flat one that meeting. But anyway, so that's gonna be coming about. I don't know NTUA I did the power line there. We have projects going on and that initially ARPA funds even that in the store power line is there. We do as they're gonna get together and happen this week. That needs to make on. Radio should have been very bad and all that all the issue. Administration as a that as a I don't know. We have 3 homes that are coming in from that one that cut the idea now with 10 people that are the other seat, not the sheet. Now the other it's not declined that. The 4th one they don't show has so 3 people they are crazy. They don't crazy for changing ratio should have me so. I don't know that about passion with we don't watch that don't think but we don't have equipment. So whatever. They put a blade the old blades and you get 8 years later on the passion so in the book on the thing of the 6-5 and then you get that city I don't know the show. They quite aren't they all think that the show tires now. They don't festival so I've been just a person that actually had so part on the house. On the house, all the situation and that all next week does Asha Ben Fahad, so we have after late and here that's all. They should want that, but no, if on that, it's the door, but she had I should get announced that Joey of Dash that name that you and in a way that you can see as the equate has no additional door. They shouldn't not additional they classification. We had a Western agency in that about all the industry and in something. Can you deal with that? I don't know. Bathroom edition, so they don't cousins, so it's not the first in so they don't cousins, so you Ryan became as the coffee as a year for Spanish, quickly crash. You made it set up that they make everything because your alpha funds there. That's what to them. And that's 38 people for every bathroom, but the list of how they that and that's so what the launch and for the later share. ASC that's a Tahada, for example. I don't education needs for a big for the 8.8 million. So the day behind the AD for a job. The job has not done so Ik ben aan dat in voor project de bathroom dus zijn die als je wordt dat voor project dat we het zo voor in de project你上好养啊是那时候非洲要把那帮的里面的上非洲好像开到就是都那cell towers 都还有那个什么样的一些一块就那然后是 upgrade 我到看到那块there's a company that's been coming in yeah that you probably can NOST都会觉得他们本来做的去的有自己一旦打算所以的时候那我的 high school 那个不是这个回到他们家所以是你的 speak 的的那个完了so these cell towers are from under Arizona State and yeah they are now it's not the Navajo Nation the main major roads and go from yeah we would cell towers now you have been because these black spots so yeah is the endings kaya enda the yeah is kaya nami yeah cell tower here it's the one that you guys don't have the full thing of course they was meeting that is down there like Verizon do Altel do T-Mobile för alla tappar in med så det är bättre så nej man kommer se jag tror det så ani för shit vad det cell tower så det kommer det kallt att köpa bättre på den här tappar det är inte så topsy which over ja you know sounds like an aviation it's a car cell tower ja det är ju bättre det har inte så bra det man kommer se whatever Kujibak last snow in Navajo Nation, yeah, now for the based upon death orders, so it's the trap up there. Yeah, I know me, so that's all. Although, it is a report of I don't know, the 11 of Castle A, we're going to have a party meeting. Although, fun walk, that was not in the Alchita, Alchita is 7 o'clock, at least. The fun walk, that's smart and not although the 7th we should planning meeting at 6 o'clock. At the Piscado, the Fishina up and on this Shina, I no, where I had the Liado. I think Corona is saying I just left it alone. When the Sanad or Little, the Honad or even I just left it alone. So I did with that. Out of the 13th or 8th, the regular chapter meeting, 10 a.m. The welcome stimulation as other, but I don't know, it might be over at the Hapshit as none the Yoy done it, as yeah, we had a quorum right away off the bat. We had more than 50 people. They were just so the Shanghai bed or it hasn't done it. Out of the 14th of planning the economic summit. For Utah chapters. Tony school college US University of Utah they created all the Shabini and so the 14th and the 15th they were meeting the time it hasn't so I don't know not the 18th or we're gonna have a meeting with Tony Dash I think they administration of the welcome to the other fact get back to Tony Dash I don't know, the 25th of April, we're going to continue on our strategic meeting. They were planning in the nature house now. The idea that created the organization, the buildings, housing committee, or that committee, the that created the fund that they took there. You know, if we find out the usually and the not easy, we can really look up the growth up. The key so Naatsis'aan meaning so they want us to have that is not jingle we did what else you know I sold on street for that future.
Yeah.
Okay.
What day is your planning meeting again?
The 7th at 6 a.m. or 6 p.m.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Questions?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
for future planning meetings, will it, be okay if you could relay to the CSC to email me the resolution, so that way the community has a better understanding of what we'll be covering for planning meeting. You're the direct local supervisor. I'm just asking if you're able to kindly relate it. Thank you.
You mentioned that cell towers, Arizona side of them, and then you said percentage of it, Navajo Nation gets it. So how many percentage do you guys get it?
Joe, no, we're gonna have a meeting with that, on that, we're gonna discuss that.
Really emphasize that, because that's my main thing over here.
Oh,
Navajo Mountain,
Oh, what?
they've just bought that as IG towers, they give the get percentage to the local chapter, or the Navajo Nation takes it in.
Well, good question. I was thinking about that just a while ago. And I said that, over at Monument Valley. In the distributions of funding. Well, let me answer your question first. We do receive some proceeds, revenue from the tower
That's what I'm asking,
directly, but it has to go through the
umbrella.
window up in order to get those money. Okay. Right now, these transmission lines, hold on, the water lines, major water lines, gas lines, Shonto community. All that, Navajo Nation receives total 100%. It goes into the general fund. Out of that redistribution to, according to how many people you have, how many voter registrations you have, and so forth, which is totally nonsense to me. Of course, I suggested, recommended some element. Now, some years ago, I was on the council and I was on the budget and finance, and I realized that these royalties are collected out of the budget is made for the Navajo Nation every fiscal year on projection based economic rates, development rates, economy, how does it, is it going up or down these days based on that? Revenue projection could have based on that. Ako collect that based on. So I was thinking about that, and the attempt we made was to have these revenues be shared with local community, land use consent. Chapter in Ts'ah, another doctor, right away, another doctor, no BIA, it's entity. BIA is not it. Clear. And the construction goes, then on the other hand, revenues are generated electronically, goes into the Navajo Nation. There's only a few projects that are approved where local chapters receive a portion of the revenue collected. of course, we need to do a blanket consideration. You have a 10, what is that? 12K power line going through your community. You have state highway right away. That is a state highway. There's a right of way, but state doesn't pay you any money. Say these are questions that I'm still wrestling with this thing. But the power line, yeah, it should be shared. And that's what I said over at the Monument Valley. Good pays San Juan County a huge amount of motel taxation. Although it's gasoline sales tax, they're the highest within the state of Utah, highest royalty payments to San Juan County, but into the Navajo Nation. And I said, hey, it should be, a lot of these revenues should go back to the community to build, to enhance their growth and development, not just to rip them of the benefits, deny them the benefits. Anyway, that's my lecture. Thank you for that. We'll move.
Sorry,
Who's going there?
he yields my 2 minutes to me.
Oh, my vice president.
Former Texas president, not yet, the Verizon partner, just keep it. Verizon, no one nation could make it last one. These whatever. Although the Verizon up it can check it. We looked at the change now, that's not that. Same thing with the shot, what did you touch it? Tables, 100%, not one nation need that. The joke is 60 something,
37.
62 something, 90, the queen at 37.5, I should be actually, so Arizona force needs to go with after the nation instead of the Utah. But she didn't get a bunch. But they are and they get out of one nation. They didn't have a bomb.
So those royalties are still coming to the Navajo Nation. A lot of people say, we don't get any of those Utah dollars. No, the Navajo Nation receives your funding 162.5% of the royalties. They are 37.5. I could have, but I did got 7 chapters.
So what the quote, which is not about any kind of it's I think, no. You guys are going after the wrong people, go after the other nation.
Yeah.
You're 150% negative, 62% negative. You can't change the bonds, you change that people. Final question.
Oh, yes, in the cities, I do know that with the wind towers, the people who own the lot there, they were charging the cell companies anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per month. So with the chapters here, I don't know what the agreement is, but don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Yearly, that's the family that Verizon representative.
Yes.
I thought we negotiate there.
Okay.
The other thing, if there is amendment to those agreements, always do phrase the language in their escalation. Because what you're agreeing to is just not the base forever to be on it. There has to be an increment because of consumer cost is going up. That's anyway. Thank you.
All right, moving on to Shonto.
Hello, yes, it's not. Sorry, I was late. I had to take care of a couple of things, personal issues, but we got that out of the way and for, I guess, a report on Shonto, people are always asking me about the hotel. Negotiations are still in process. It's been an interesting ride, I should say. There's a few things that I've learned in the process. And it'll be a while, I think, depending upon who we're trying to make an agreement with. However long this negotiation process takes is solely currently based on their willingness to sign our lease agreement. That being said, they do want to make some of their own changes, but we're standing on our, I guess, on our business site lease. So in that case, there have been some changes that are ongoing. There are a few things that their attorney doesn't agree with. But I think for the best interests of Shonto and I guess the Navajo Nation to an extent, that these negotiations with this particular company continues as is, even though we might not be very happy with who is being, who's in the wings, I should say. So for the time being, I hope that there's some progress made, but also on the flip side, it would be nice if we had choice, which we currently don't have. And that's all political and legal. So two things that are hindering us from moving forward with, I guess, mutual understanding or respect in these terms. But when we think about it, I guess that's the nature of some things that have happened on the nation over the years. So hopefully those will change eventually. But for now, we are where we are. We're stuck in this particular mess, I should say. But I think it'll be fine in the long run when we figure out exactly what we agree on and what we don't. So, and then on top of that, Shonto was pursuing a contract with the same company, but he did run into some issues. One of them was the waiver of sovereign immunity as requested by the quality, not quality, but the La Quinta Wyndham Hotel. And for $50,000 waiving sovereign immunity, it's not even worth it. So if they had offered billions of dollars, then that would be a different story. So just something to impart on that, just the comparison between the two didn't quite work out. So we decided that if anything were to come up, we would go through an arbitration agreement, but those could take years. So there's a lot of negatives with the contract currently, unless there's some changes that are made at our level, Shonto's level, and also the nation's level, which really consists of us establishing something more like another entity that will handle, I guess, licenses and so forth. And that's all in the works. My focus is just basically bringing in revenue to our local government. And then let's see what else. We hopefully move forward in this month, July, with the agreements. Right now, we're at a standstill because we're not agreeing on price. We're not agreeing on what we're after is a profit sharing model. So it'll be the first of its kind for a chapter to do on the nation with an outside entity. So, and then of course, there's also questions of if I pay this much, what do I get in return? And basically, from my standpoint, the hotel is all billed by Navajo dollars, Navajo money, and also, of course, federal. So there's nothing owed on the hotel, it's free and clear, and then we have some Vilagana guy coming in and wanting to take all the profits. That's been my main area of contention, and that's my reservation on why I don't really want to move forward with anything that they're offering. Because if their investment is very minimal. In a $16 million hotel, their investment is probably 100,000. That's less than 1%. And to make millions off of that and not return very little to the nation, which would be about 8% and 6%. So overall 14% in sales tax and taxes that would be coming through there. I don't think is, I mean, it's been the practice of the nation for years to do things like this because it was their economic development policy. Based on BIA, I guess, BIA's original way of setting up some of these things on Native nations or indigenous nations, and really it was not to prosper the nation, but to provide some sort of, I guess, public place, and it, to me, like an image of we are helping Indian tribes, but really we're not helping them prosper. So I think the new game is let's get prosperous. That's my thing. So, and I think we can do that with better agreements, better ways of doing things, and an understanding of business. So I like the cell tower thing, Navajo Mountain, progressive in it, that we were able to negotiate some dollars that went directly to them for a non-certified chapter. That is definitely a feat. And we do also have a tower in our area. It's called Marsh Pass, probably hints to me. Marsh Pass Tower, so we're working on something similar. And I think overall, there's a lot to be learned, and I kind of like being in this group because I always learn something new, and vice versa. So I'm thankful for the meeting today and your reports. Other than that, everything is all on the home front. Little things that we're dealing with, spending grants, trying to make some progress on some of our initiatives. One of those is redevelopment, and I have hope that the Brownfield 101 would have taken place this coming week, but due to the fires on the Navajo Nation and then the state of emergency being declared, Kansas State University decided to pull back because they also work with Flagstaff chapter, and Flagstaff was impacted as well. And they couldn't meet with the officials. They were trying to do like a one-stop trip since they have to travel from Kansas and Tulsa, different places. But we're looking at rescheduling, and hopefully we have more participants then. I think a lot of people don't understand what it is and what it means. We have in all of our areas places that have been abandoned, business sites or home sites. And I think we can repurpose and redevelop those areas to bring dollars or revenues or provide homes to individuals that are wanting those things. So I think if you're interested, I mean, I'll send out information on the reschedulement of that particular workshop. It's only the beginning, it's a beginning course. And the plus side of that is we're already talking about lands that are withdrawn. So we don't have to go through the entire process of withdrawing land and all of that stuff. Like for Shonto, the area that I'm looking at is, of course, Black Mesa Shopping Center and also Shonto Springs Store. And also, I believe that the schools there, they are looking to condense their area and building a smaller gym, redeveloping some of their homes, building new homes. But there's going to be a portion of the area that's going to remain unused. So we're looking at getting that back and doing something with that area. So those are just some suggestions, some things we're working on. And then also down below in the canyon itself, we have the remnants of the old school. I think it was a BIA. So some of the structures there still need some TLC. And we're looking at a design that was put forth to us by SWABAC through Shonto Group Incorporated. And it seems like a viable plan. One of those is making sure that we bring back the stream that's there. It's been filling up with sand, dirt, etc. And doing something with that portion of land that will enable, I guess, a visitor-friendly view and maybe something to do for the people in the area. And then for our railroads, it's just been sitting there currently. I know that Dellard's gonna be something on solar, and that was an idea that we kicked around a few years ago. One of the things that we got back was that the terrain is uneven and some things need to be straightened out, blah, 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 blah. But it wasn't with the flat concept, putting solar panels down. And I think it's a matter of somebody taking over the tracks to be able to do that. And Tony Sperlanis, I don't know if he's still the director of DED, but he wanted to do something with the railways through, I believe, Mrs. Littleman, Celeste. She wanted to put something on the tracks, because that goes back and forth. And on our side, on Shonto's side, we've been working with Navajo, yes, to do the rusted trails, so you can take a walk on Shonto's portion of the railroad tracks. So there's tables, chairs, if you want to have like a little pickout in certain areas, you can walk there. The Porta Johns are not open currently because we still need to find some donors and somebody to hire to service those. And currently, I believe since Chief Propane went out of business, it's really hard to find somebody to clean those Porta Johns. So a good business opportunity for somebody if they want to get into that business. And then, I don't know what the startup cost is. I know you need a vehicle, a pump. That's probably like $100,000 business or a startup fee. So I would say that that's the few things we've been working on. And on the home front, water has been an issue. I believe that Shonto's watering system currently is not on NTUAs. But we also are aware that there's an issuance or a declaration on drought. And despite the rains, I think that's still in effect. So our question is, what do we do? Do we cap people or do we just continue to provide water services to anybody? Because Shonto's not the only chapter that takes water from there. It's surrounding areas, which is fine. We just need to figure out how to make sure that the distribution of resources is equitable. And that's one thing that we need to probably discuss and talk about. And so that's one area that I think needs a little bit more planning. We do have 2 water tanks sitting in our yard currently. Looking to see who can put those up. We did talk with Dig Deep, but I think for them, they're only looking at just putting in the manpower to put in them. Not to help put it up, but to, I guess, hold it up, but it's being welded today. I should say. So we are looking for equipment, various other things, trying to get quotes, and hopefully we get that going at some point in time because it has the capacity to store more water. If you notice, we're losing a lot of it just running down the way. So that's another thing that we're looking at. And overall, that's my report.
Thank you. Questions?
Since you're like, I've heard a lot of things on the possibility of a lot of things that might be coming up. Have you ever guys, has anybody mentioned about I know the houses on the campus, I mean, only a few are being used and a lot of are still in good shape. And then besides Shonto being a grant school and not fully VIE or VIA for the quarters, has anybody looked into that? Maybe
Well,
you guys to,
well, we would like to meet with BIA. We did meet with the school before, and basically the infrastructure and those structures still kind of have some oversight from the BIE, I guess, currently.
VIA.
BIA, BIE, but they did say that if we wanted to keep some of those structures, this is a list, and these are the, these are the findings. One of those was the gym. And I believe otherwise they're gonna demolish it. And some of those houses that they had on the list also had asbestos, so it was still fixed that, so. It really depends on which homes. I know that for Kaibito, that area of the BIA school, the homes that they had there, they were allowing other people just to move in, they could claim it and fix it up. So I don't know what code or what avenue they took to allow people to do that. I think that's something that I would need to research a little bit, and if it was something that will align with BIA's mission. But I think with a move towards 634 for the last, I don't know, 20 years, 30 years, I think they would be open to alternative planning and doing something differently. So I don't think that it's not a possibility. I think it is.
But then it's really open big area, the housing area, and
Yeah.
then it's just.
And we're always looking for housing. Navajo, yeah, we're in need of housing that's not subsidized. That's my biggest thing too. Subsidized housing is well and good for the people that it serves, but it doesn't do much for upward mobility in any sense. So that's another thing that I kind of stay away from. So, but I want to see some homes that are built for people that have the abilities to pay and live in those homes, and I think that's important overall.
Gotcha. The septic tank mini, there's a guy that does that. It's Virgil Bedoni. He has a truck and have that, I don't know how much he charges.
Where is he from?
Mine about it. That totem pole tours.
Okay, do you know what his number is? That'd be good to know for us out here. This sheet tells us that he only does septic, not boarded rentals.
Get on the internet.
480-747-3313. I don't know how far he goes, but.
Okay, thank you.
The motel degradation channel contract. You indicated some of the reason. Is that full or limited?
That's another area that we need to look at. Right now, it still belongs to the council.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think like with Navajo shopping centers, they have, they're able to waive sovereign immunity or limited sovereign immunity. I think we're gonna pursue something similar in the future. Right now, we don't have that. In addition to that, we also are looking at having the ability to sublease, even though the attorneys are arguing that it's inherent and others are saying that's not. So that probably requires legislation through RDC again. So there's a few things that need to be fixed, but we have a lot of issues.
When I was back on the council a few years ago, I was on the budget finance committee.
Yeah.
There was some of the issues that were dealt with in terms of letting Basha come to town onto the reservation.
Yeah.
And the bad thing was wipe out all the trading posts.
Yeah.
Local small business.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
And the impact of those or the closures on small business. And people at the same time, we're still, we're mobilizing. With a different kind of transportation. Instead of horse and wagon. Or horseback. Or to the train course. They begin to drive.
Yeah,
A greater distance than.
yeah,
Short distance, no.
yeah.
The mobility has changed, so that has a lot of impact on it.
That is true.
So, I think those some of the things
Yeah.
that you need to, understand and,
Is it? That's a good point.
yeah, that.
But it does. Okay, thank you for that. Moving on. The Peking track president. Liz, yeah, try to make it short and sweet here. Here we're working on the warehouse, as you guys can see. We have the south or the west wall already up. We're still working on getting that going. We ran into some hiccups with the building. Again, it's all due to the price increase, the inflation and the current administration's instability, I guess, of the markets, because everybody's all hesitant about everything. So with that, it kind of just went ahead and did some price increase on some of those things. So we have to eliminate some of those things in order to make the budget. And keep in mind that during that time when ARPA was going on and we were in COVID, the warehouse was at that, I guess you'd say, at the pre-COVID numbers of $1.2 million to do. And that was done by Navajo Nation, DCD, and so that kind of threw a wrench in a lot of our planning too, as far as making sure we keep the warehouse on budget and on time. But we're working through it. It should be hopefully done by the end of this year, hopefully by September. So we'll have a grand opening for that. Another portion we've already did with land withdrawals and all that stuff for the commerce buildings down there. We did one for the senior center over here. We're doing a recreational building as well. And I think the one thing that you guys probably do also, because what we're wanting to do on our part is to do our own Ts'ah ID. To have our own Ts'ah ID that has a HID readers. You go to the hospitals, you see these doctors, their badge in the door, right? So that's what we wanted to go ahead and do and implement here is to have all of our registered voters that come to the chat branches. So that way they have an ID card and we understand and we know that they are a chapter voter. And so we'll have their little Ts'ah ID, we'll have the census number, all that other stuff that's needed. And we're gonna establish like our own little card readers, so like here, what we're planning to do with this building is make it into a wellness building. Once we get our chapter building down there done. Also for the recreational building down there and the senior center. So as you guys know, when you guys can badge, we're kind of maybe trying to use that as like our timestamp. So when they do their badge, kind of does their own little logs and whatnot, so that way we understand who was taking those services and all that stuff. And it'll make it a little faster too, because when we're doing our food distributions too, we can have something like that in place, so we're not having to sit there trying to gather everybody's information, the same information that they gave us a month ago, we're asking for the same information today. So if we sort of modernize and get up to the 21st century, I think we should have the ability to be more efficient in what we have. Again, that's going to be a learning curve for our community because a lot of our community members are up in that area, but, you know, that's something for us to really, progress our community forward. Another thing we're working on is getting our transfer station going. We're currently gonna be we're gonna be working on our capital outlay program and making sure that we have the correct projects in there, so that way we have, those projects to play. We are also diligently working on the Navajo Route 16 south from the Crossroads Trading Post all the way to the tunnel. Right now, we're working with Tunnelia chapter, and we have monthly meetings on those. We have a meeting coming up in the 15th at Tunnelia. That is just with the chapter officials, and then we have another meeting in August on the 13th. Here, that is again with anybody who wants to be a part of that conversation, so. I do want to go ahead and extend that invitation to you guys, if you guys want to come on both of those days. The first one in July is gonna be in Tunnelia, the one next one is in August is gonna be here. Again, that's just to try to get that, route paved from that area. Another thing I wanted to say is we're currently underway with getting all of our rule addressing signs to all the locations. We have 412 addresses that we've completed. And so those right now, we'll be going ahead and giving those papers with the official address and then their placard, so that they can go ahead and install it on their house. The SYP was the one who actually did the signages, and so if you guys were to ever go back there, you guys saw all those signs way back there. That's what they were working on during their time here. So we'll also be doing our sign installs for the road in the next coming weeks. Let's see here. What else am I forgetting? Oh, we did our napkin distribution, last month. We did that on Juneteenth day. We didn't celebrate that day, but we did do it. I made sure that we got those, and that's why you see those pallets in there, because we still have some allocated for that.
Rural addressing.
Then the rural addressing is going to be in play here pretty soon. Like I said, we'll be installing the signs. In fact, right now, I can say right now, the Herman Daniels, you have 2 chapters out of the 4 that are fully addressed. So now you got Oljato and Navajo Mountain, which Oljato and Shonto, which there's gonna be a meeting in hopefully the week of the 21st of July. We're looking at the 23rd possibly. No, it's there. So this is the signs that they're gonna be posting up on their wall, but actually it's gonna be vertical because we kind of made an error on this, but it's gonna be vertically, it's gonna be on right by your door or your window. So that way, when there's emergency responders or be a FedEx person, we'll just be looking for this sign here.
That's the rural addressing sign.
What's the rural addressing?
Uh,
So
Well, actually, this is the house number.
Oh, the house number.
The house numbers are these. And then the sign, the road towards your house, the road will be TBK.
So the
40. I'll give you, like, my house will be TBK 4342. That'll be the road, and then this will be by my house.
Oh.
Yeah.
House code. So, but with Oljato and Shonto, you'll have your meeting hopefully the week of the 21st. We're looking at the 23rd, we'll be in Canton. I guess what they're wanting to also get with the Navajo Mountain chapter, so you guys can implement your road signs over there. And then hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have all NOST chapters be fully addressed. So then you guys can buy your 80-inch TV and it'll be way over there.
Brad Street and then.
And And then that brings it back to my point is what we're trying to do is to modernize and make things more efficient is by. When we get these rule addressings, those voters, those numbers will be on your Ts'ah ID. And that's something that I wanna go ahead and we'll be talking to. Council to see if we can introduce legislation to where those IDs, chapter houses. Can be valid IDs on the Navajo Nation. That's what would like, and so that's something, we're working with, and then, oh, IHS, we're dealing with IHS now because there's some concerns regarding staffing issues and also some, patients having issues with their providers not being there because they were let go for some odd reason, so we're working with that IHS right now. Currently right now, also the permanent facility for this thing is kind of at a standstill, so I will need again. Your help, just help me try to push that forward with Congress, so if you guys have the ability and time. Please send an email to Eli to let them know we need a building here, a permanent building. Then we'll be going to the, there should be a virtual IHS, what they have, your tribal letters that they have for that, and that, I'll be going to that as well. That's gonna be hosted in Albuquerque, I believe. And I will forward those over to you guys after this meeting. What else? Oh, the maintenance yard, we did do a land withdrawal for the NDOT and Arizona DOT. That's gonna be back past where they do the vending right now at the crossroads. It's gonna be about, I'd say 300 feet past that way and 10 acres they were allotted. This way they have the ability to pave the road, not pave the road, but maintain the road from here all the way to Navajo. That way it's easier to have a better response time. So that's one thing we're working on. We're also working with ADOT to provide us either some flashers for here on Route 16. We were looking at doing a roundabout, but ADOT did say that that's not feasible, so. But they did say if we have funding. The Navajo Nation's a $4 billion nation, so I'm pretty sure we have funding that we can go ahead and get a roundabout over here. We'd like to do that over there for that, because it'll be easier for people to slow down this area, because we did have a couple fatalities there. We also keep getting continuous accidents over here. And then we're working on getting the scenic route as well cleaned up. We did have a meeting with ADOT a while back, but we didn't have a meeting with them. Windmills, we did put in a resolution to get the windmills and also add 3 additional windmills on earthen dams. We want those to be repaired and maintained. We're also looking at a new community lagoon here. And this is possibly going to be, I guess you could say, another thing first of this chapter is what we're wanting to do is have, you know how you have all these cities that they have their own little public works. So what we want to kind of establish here at Tuckekin is do our own septic, our own sewer system and community lagoon. We already have land that was sort of already proposed in the area to get everybody from Upper Inscription House up here, which is about close to 80-something residents, to be hooked up to that lagoon. And from that point, we're wanting to also include a septic service, so that way our residents here can pay like maybe a limited amount. So then we can hire here at the chapter house our own septic operator. So then they can go to these residents at least every quarter or something like that, or half a year or something like that. And actually try to clean in everybody's name. For those that are not connected to this lagoon, be connected to these, so that they can maintain their septic tanks. And then we want to be able to use that money that's collected from the lagoon to pay for the maintaining fees, the employees, and then also the pipes. So we kind of want to do that on our own. Philip Cooley basically said, if you guys got the money, you guys can do it. So I'm pretty sure we can. We also introduced our tax ordinance. I'm still waiting on that to get done. And then we just want Route 16, again, is our priority right here because we want to make sure, we want to be prepared in the event that that road does happen over there. There's going to be an influx of traffic going through here all the way to Oljato. We want to make sure that we kind of capture a lot of those things so that way the road is either widened, already able to maintain increase the traffic, but also have the ability for some of our economic drivers or our entrepreneurs to be able to capture some of that traffic. And so those things we're trying to get in place beforehand because it is going to happen from what I understand. It is going to happen one way or another. So the time is to put those things in place now. So then that way, when it does happen, you're not caught off guard like Navajo Nation likes to tend to do. And we're a reactive people, we're a reactive kind of government. So when something happens, you're like, oh my God. So that's something I kind of want to go ahead and prevent, make sure that we put those things in place first. Then, we can be successful and prosperous. So we're not having to look at the government, figure out how they're going to take care of us. We can take care of ourselves. So that's one thing that I want to go ahead and provide. Other than that, did I forget anything else? Oh, the feral livestock. We're also rounding them up down here in the canyon. The one thing that I asked, and I'm still waiting on an answer, is if we, as the community of Ts'ah and the committee holders, if we go down there and gather those cows that are feral, the horses that are feral down there, if we gather them ourselves and we bring them over to a stock, a market, or meat market, or something, or an auction where we want to go ahead and say, we'll go ahead and sell all those cows that are not registered or not branded. We want to be able to use the funds for that and put it back into the chapter so we can pay for either our wranglers, it can pay for maybe a new truck for our grazing official because they're using their own vehicles. And like you guys have already mentioned, is that $200 is not enough for them to maintain their stuff. So we want to be able to put them on some kind of like a sort of a stipend, I guess, for us, and we want to be able to use this one-time roundup and the funding from that. And it's sold on behalf of the chapter for those grazing permittees, so that fund can come back to the community. And then other than that, I think that's all I got. Questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Chair, it's nice. Yeah, for the other. Good report. Nice meeting you. I don't know, other chapters that were, shouldn't keep them president. Shouldn't keep them back, so shouldn't. I don't know. Navajo County Board Supervisor and the full community county board of supervisor. I think the kitchen. It should be a question. I don't agree, so it's a real for them to go out and stand on a very planning process. It's not feasible for them. We have both. So what I want to do is have another meeting with our PayPal. If Monument Valley can do it, I'm pretty sure that TBK can do that around that. Yeah. 98. Right there at the clock. I mean, that it's especially right now. It's Saturday. Get busy. Maybe not going to touch it. It's the wait for them. I don't know. One of these I love it. Hey, young, you run back, keep waiting up. data and also in that. Because I think with this, cutting tools, the meaning of data and in that. You would create, so, data, let's have that meeting, but don't bring moving forward. On your warehouse, shortfall. All the sharding. That's a paper, but. I don't insist I am educated, but on a later, I know that later, yeah. I think it's gonna be everything, I think. This both and 16. That's on to the area crossroads. And we. So the years to have that now. I would say that Naatsis'aan keeps the leader. Being proactive. Usually, it's a show, also, it's a, I don't know, probably 18, I got something like this. I don't know, I'm going to leave on your in that maintenance yard, they should know. You don't usually have enough. Barrel horses, they should have a nice kid on the shut of the bait and. Where you can natural resources, deal with waste. You'll take that now. You should go and see. This is just a meeting. I'll put it back. Need to get it. I'll set it up. So it is, I don't know about the radar, function be with radar, the building, I'm sure. Naatsis'aan, the general transform. Yeah, but that's it. But either, yeah. You keep on.
Okay. Oh, one more thing I wanted to add was our public safety building. I forgot to add that. I've always been advocating on it, but I don't know why I didn't report, but we're wanting to get a public safety building here. So I've been advocating the law order and writing emails, and so I kind of hope that that leadership meeting that you guys had a month ago or something. Ts'ah was discussed in there. Because I know you guys were having that meeting of law order, Gina was saying that she wants to talk about public safety buildings on the chapter's request. So that's one thing we're still working on. And senior centers will have a discussion here later very soon. Who else had a question?
Reference to future planning. Enhancing growth and development programs and projects. That's our community. And you probably understand and remember that N.O.S.T was done in faith. It wasn't completed as a whole project due to funding. So in some cases, some places, some sections of N.O.S.T has experienced use, overuse or wear. And we noticed that, we asked for maybe oil chip seal. That's number one to add to your report. The other thing is when you go to Navajo or anywhere else, the only place that I have seen a road grade 11 degrees is in Farmington and in 16. High Mesa, double decker to Warrior. And in Farmington, the 11 degrees. Nowhere else. They always go down to 6, 7, 8, or 10 degrees. Even down the Navajo Canyon, Sayu Canyon, also, it's 10 degrees. Great. Only anything of course. I've seen that in the winter time. A load of students, bus load of students couldn't make it back up. So they had to turn around and go back to that mountain. Because of the snow and ice, they couldn't make it up there. And I've seen a dump truck that rolled back all the way. I have a picture somewhere. Almost backed up into the rail over there. And I was stuck there one time too. And I had to be pulled out at about midnight. But out of that situation. 11 degrees, and I tried to communicate that to Navajo area. I mean, branch of roads engineer. The engineer said it wasn't. We didn't do that engineer work. It was some other engineer. So reconstruction, I think, would be in order. Where the maybe for future programs. Thank you.
A couple of things. The ID proposal, I think, is a really good idea. Something that we've been kicking around on our end as well, but not so much to encompass the community. Is more or less to give some sort of credence to local chapter officials when they travel. But I think an ID system at the local level is also a good idea. And then on the other one, the issue with IHS, I guess if we can. Recently, my younger sister moved back to the reservation and she currently works for the IHS as their emergency manager. She did a tour of the IHS here and indicated that there's a lot of things that need to be upgraded there and that the building needs to not be temporary. Safety issues, safety concerns, if there is a shooter, the doors would not be locking, self-locking. I guess just the way the entirety of the building needs to be replaced. I think that's a concern that could be something that could be brought forth from her office. If you want a letter of support, I guess you could email her, and then that would probably give some, I guess, some legitimacy as to why that building needs to be rebuilt, redone into something more permanent. And I think it was you or somebody else that told me that there's hardly any changes that could be made because I guess the foundation of that building is thin and there's really not much that could be done. I think the reestablishment of that would be helpful. I think, I don't know why it was done away with, but I think maybe it had to do with, them not jumping on board with the proposed 634 agenda back in the day. So I think for For the duration of time, I think, for me personally, I do think that there is still a need for IHS. Not only because of the treaty obligation, but also it is some sort of service that is provided to the people that need it most. If you notice, on any of the sites related to health, you have more people dying from chronic disease that don't have any access to medical care. It may not be the best sort of medical care, but it also keeps our people from, I guess I should say, it still gives access to our people to medical care, specialized care, without having to pay an arm and a leg for it. So these include chronic disease treatments like diabetes, cancer, with referrals from IHS. A lot of the costs, or even all of the costs, is covered by Indian Health Benefits. You can't get that with other types of healthcare, I guess. Like the charter, if the person has insurance, then that's the first thing to go. So if a person doesn't have insurance, they're not able to fall back on anything. They are putting themselves on the line to pay those back, and they eventually fall into debt. So I think that's something that we need to keep pushing for, keeping IHS here and everywhere on Navajo. So that's my 2 cents on that, and that's why I don't like to say this, because on one hand, I'm for like building people, but when it comes to health issues and health disparities, I think keeping IHS is imperative and it's important without making it into some sort of charter system. So that's all I wanted to say on that as well.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Presentations, bridge fire presentation.
Good afternoon. I work for VIA Fire Management out of Fort Defiance, and my primary duty is a fire prevention technician, which I do fire prevention and I do fire investigation. And then currently this is an update on the Bridge fire. It started on June the 13th. I know it is lightning cause confirmed through the lightning mount, and they say that it was lightning, and sometimes if there's lightning, it's not really gonna pop up yet fixed right away until you get on the film. Not really gonna get considered by vegetation, so really, and we can see all that is gonna get something that vegetation. And sometimes it may, and we call it sleeper, it may pop up right away. Sometimes it may not pop up. Have a under Navajo region, we have a lot of organizations branching off under fire management. We do have the Navajo Hot Shop, which their type 1 team, or type 1 crew, they consistently personnel. And then we do have the aviation, we have a 90-day contract, and they're funded for the National Aviation Helicopter. And then we do have engines, they have the haul water and response wildland fire. We have a total 9 lookout cars, but they're not manned right now, and we do have fuel. We used to do a lot of burning in the past on the pipe, or just go out, but they last 5-10 years. And then you have now hooked up. And here we cap off at 52, that's due to the Trump administration budget cut, stuff like that. Then we used to have camp food, and then since the cut, they did away with that. Although we stay pretty much busy, a lot of people get laid off after the fiscal year. Yeah, September 30th, although we come back September or March of 98. So right now, the fire is currently still at 0 containment, and then July 1st and people start complaining the day before, saying that popped up again. They're not the chapter official, and the local people were calling in, although they did an air audit payments. They like first and not, and then they do infrared reading too, the other on the south side, First Creek Canyon, though they, Jericho, not the non stuff, basking. Every day went and, did the acreage reading of 331, I think on the other stars, the other night. Although now I'm eating, but they had started dive down, so there's not a lot of pollen right now, so we're still monitoring it, you guys are not forgotten here. Then again, today, the boss just texted me earlier, they're gonna have another aircraft that's gonna fly over and just look at the area, and then they do get heat centers, they, you know, that how they station on that and where and all that. So it is on NOST, and then when firefighters came in, one of the call, the one the one on. Not the uneven, they didn't put firefighters directly on the lines, big lines and all that, because you know, for the safety reasons and. I think that the casino needs it or not, you know, we don't want an incident, when the incident that put people directly on the line. But we did put people near the tower, they did a lot of heavy, a lot of cleaning, and then they did do some helicopter, yeah, so the helicopter none that they have watched out like, but the vehicles, I just did some cutting fire coming down or fire some, they did some cleaning and stuff like that around the alley. So currently, we are still in the monitoring status on that one. That's all I have, the Bridge Creek fire. Questions?
Questions?
I have a comment. I know that it's been working. Working the time out, eating here on Saturday, I'm sure. Your family misses you, and so to the members, so thank you for being here.
And then we do have a fire on Oak Ridge too, in this choice of the community that Michael. They told you all about these in file, and right now it's under investigation. So we do investigation, there's like several calls and we don't jump into the stuff like that, and then that one's under investigation. We did our part at the fire, determined the cause and the origin, but when we went back in there, it all just broke all over. So we did, and then turning to PD, other PD, they're doing an investigation on that one. And that one is 20% complete. Have 600 firefighters on it. Evacuation, understand no set rental. I told you we need their vacuum. And they have a lot of work to do. Have rest burned and all that, do that one, then that 10,950. So their estimated and payment is gonna be the end of the month. And then up here, though, IGD, you have to be mainly from stuff to the last city, dollars, not daily, but being is for it's not very good. The 50 around the Italy.
هنا بشكل دولة هذه الرؤية عندي reservation هي ولا صعبة to find that بالله خدنا ليش ما شيء ده.
So there is a fire restriction on supposed to be with the chapter, you guys get it to find it, but cut it, it has codes and all that. 5,000 to the project. We do that, we do our part, and then we get our SOP with the CD, all the districts, under the chief of police and they get. But the enforcement's not there, I mean, we all know that, right? So if they have to get like. I just stop it to eat that. Then a lot of times, they just sit there and they could get a citation for this person or something like that. But a lot of times, they have better things to do or they have more response to other stuff. I mean, so but 2 days ago they did an announcement and I was on group text and I was trying to turn it off. I was all these texts were coming in and somebody was driving to Cadillac converted them. They went in and sent a PD, so what from the PD chief of police, so there's fire open flame, but she mentioned earlier, maybe that the on, but if somebody does have open flame. The people respond with now there's PD, just based on the big that's going on, it's more like a police. So we do have, she's a lot of the things other than. They go report anything and other items that she are not.
Believe.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chair, members of the platform. And, the chair. I've seen and observed, areas, some areas. There are. Forced. We got. Two things. Trees are growing very close and create a fire hazard. But when you several years ago, big forest fire started by burnout by itself. They along the ridge on the Rainbow Plateau, stop, where it shot. And I see double deckers extending high base up at the end of the there was I think double deckers extending. There's on that bridge, it's too thick. And anything else, you get a massive fire burning several acres there. What's what is the key? How do we go about sending those? Because there's restriction policies. Do we have to request street cutting permits? What do you say? Route go.
So we used to do a lot of, like I mentioned, we used to build burn on Nikon that during fall or no winter time. But due to the budget, we have built and then they plan to do burn plans, you have to go through all sorts of like loops, like archaeology, NEPA, so everything that they do all the clearance. And then they have the people that go in there review it. But basically, you just hear about that based on that most of the stuff packing. And then we do have the ready set go, if you guys heard of it, we call it Firewise and stuff like that. There is a program where your community can get together and then, maybe somebody look into it and then talk about Firewise. And then, I know sometimes they have funding or at least some kind of money. Although I think the other chapter, I don't know, we talked to tribal forestry about that one, again, they others, when they hate fire, we did, although it's in that usually, a tribal forestry should be decent, so I look into that. If I could just spend a minutes about it.
I guess follow up on that question. Is there going to be a limit on the amount of permits that are issued? I think there usually is. But in light of, because a lot of those trees that are causing fire hazards right out, dead trees that was in that spot. Yeah, back to this question, what's that thing?
But like I said, we respond to wildland fire and we're not affiliated with tree cutting and herbs and stuff like that. Would be they'll be the Navajo and we are the fire management, we respond to fire. But then again, that's a source of people having geeks. And that's another, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, so I would answer your question on that.
Oh, they get geeks.
Okay. Leah. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Again, these items here are just discussion items. I don't know if we want to go ahead and bring these up, but Senior Center discussion, read. Right. Hi. So. Ed. It's there. For the senior center, we had a discussion, and so, my brother over here was asking to have a discussion on that, and I kind of figured that maybe it'd be a good time to have that here. So, since we're all here, you might as well have that discussion, so. So we went ahead and Ts'ah officials and Shonto officials, we went ahead and we met, was it last month?
Yeah, it's beginning of the
On the
month.
13th or the 16th, or the 6th. When we first originally had that, we were talking about doing how we were gonna allocate the funding and all that other stuff. So what was discussed during that time was then, so we can go ahead and move forward with the $4.2 million that was allocated to the Shonto inscription house. Because the need to have the building in place was needed. And Shonto chapter officials also agreed that we should go ahead and continue on that project as planned. And then that way they will also input their own, I guess, resolution to get their own senior center. Eventually. But due to what's going on now, we don't have, I guess, an adequate building, in place to get our seniors in place, get our seniors fed, and we just decided maybe it would just be the best interest of the two communities to go ahead and proceed forward so that way there's a place here for them to have a meal. And so that was the discussion on that. I didn't know if you had any questions or rebuttal, or if there was any other changes into that.
I can just add to that. I know that Ts'ah was very proactive in getting those fundings, and we figured it was only fair that they get the dollar amount that they had asked for to use and how they deem necessary. And on top of that, the other thing is, of course, as Mr. Curley stated, it's important to have a senior center for the people that are being served now. And the continued service is important overall, so still stand on that. Eventually we do plan to get our own senior center. Reportedly, we have over 300 seniors, and Shonto's composition is mainly retirees, so that's been one of the things that we're looking at overall. For now, most of the retirees are still active, so a lot of them don't really come up here, get to. For those that are needing those services though, the ones that should be served live in pretty remote areas. And even if Ts'ah were to serve them, they'll probably be losing money as a senior center operation because it's over 12 miles. I think they only serve in a 12-mile radius. So if we are going to address some of these questions or these concerns related to senior citizen programs, I think Shonto really needs to look at where to place the senior center so that it's centralized enough that a majority of the seniors are served. So that's been one of the biggest factors in making that decision. I don't know if other chapters have similar situations, but if you're looking at a senior center, look at the area that could be served. Of course, with LGA certified chapters, we can certainly start looking at alternative funding to serve a larger area. But right now, I think we're pretty much relegated to what is issued through the nation or Deltex. So just an FYI.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that. Shouldn't. Yeah, sure. senior centers. We have three in our region. Naatsis'aan, Oljato, and TBK. Ts'ah senior centers. I'm very that Ts'ah was also served Shonto or example. So several months ago, Navajo Nation Council, we approved $148 million for senior centers across the Navajo Nation. And that happened so quickly, yeah. It happened, let's see, what was my split on the news, as it's up. When that legislation was on the floor, Mr. Curley, he sent me a proposal for $1 million, 1 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million to change that. He gave me another number of 4.1 million. So ADA, I include that in the legislation, that amendment. Yeah. So we voted it. It happened so quickly. I've said table that your name, dates level. Because some of these chapters, and they're not really, in the language on the shouldn't like that, we know that. So what the council right now, what we're talking about is we should maybe relook at the legislation. And all the chapters, senior centers are located. Are these senior? Are they ready? Is it construction ready? So. Especially now shady is that killer coordination and machinery that Sabikian also Shonto. Do you want to proceed with the 4.1 million senior center? In the future, they want their own senior center in Shonto. So, but in the meantime, we're on the radar. I mean, within the radar. Right now, that you don't our elders, so if you want to proceed with the 4.1 million, I think it says check the senior center data. In future, the data, you get down the road and data, Shonto, we propose a Shasha data. I can what's that? So that's that. Senior center from so you at the moment then you can't say actually never shot and even it's sensible. I don't know my data in there 148 million J2 200,000 of hits on. I don't know on top of that we got some funds that paid the last administration paid 24th council forced it in a year now. I ran with an emergency legislation requesting for 89,000 paid approved signed into law by President Nance at that time. So it basically announcement on that. Jacob. So moving forward, I said the announcement of sheesh, but a lot of these funds are just sitting there yet. Needs to start looking at these projects. But it's about sheet with them, Shonto.
So the money is there. We just need to. Before they do away with it, they, like Windrock always come up with something. They need to get on it and just proceed with it.
Yeah, the money is there. Working on the.
Before they relocate or where it is.
I know my brother was asking to get her. Or if he came. Maybe a separate city. Innovation and the state and she got her position from the hands. 3.2 million as their certificate. Yes, it's a certificate. Renovation back.
So, but right now, just so we can have some clarity on this, is that since we had that discussion, we have already I have already met with several designers. And, they said that they'll be able to provide that, but one thing I'm still waiting on, so. Miss Yazi, no, Heather. Heather Duncan, right? Yeah, waiting on her. By us, the patient, or what she had seen that they already have in there, so we can go ahead and pick and choose what we need. Here we have met with I met with two different designers. One is currently making to the senior center. They invited me to do a tour. They said they already have some templates and everything, so I'm waiting on that meeting to happen. So, but I'm just waiting on her to give me that information so we can proceed forward without having to do this. We already got even though the senior center is already there and there's already, there's probably a land control that was already done, but when we went to Navajo Nation, they're saying that they don't have one. So last meeting we had, put in a resolution to go ahead and withdraw that land area. And so now we're working hand in hand to get that building done. So, which is kind of ironic too, you know, there's a building right there and there's supposed to be a home site lease or a business site lease and it's already done, so they're already built, and so. And they're saying that they didn't have it, so. So anyway, we're moving forward on that portion. We've already had several meetings with designers and also contractors. We also have another. We should be able to RFP the building here pretty soon, so we can at least get those quotes in to see how well we'll build our building. And so that is how ambitious that we are. Getting this thing going. And with Shonto's concurrence on giving us, we appreciate them because again, it's all for the seniors. You need a place to be at, you don't have that for them. So we want to be able to establish those things for them so that they have a place to play bingo. Or their dances.
To get together, that's the most important one.
Maybe, that's the most important thing, because during COVID, we're all at home and still to this day, we still have seniors home and not being fed. And the short interaction is not there for them. So we need to have it in place.
Yeah, better, thank you. Council, yeah, that's all. Yes, yeah, that's I'll go and schedule a meeting with them, Miss Duncan. Oh, no. See you, thank you.
Then, when we had that meeting with Jake, so with when you guys had a meeting with Jake, the senior center, I guess you had a meeting over there with them, talking about the region. I went over here to Kaibato because they were over there too. Did it really sound like Heather was interested in what Ts'ah Kid was doing more? It was more focused on the Chi and all those other areas of there. I came over there telling her that here we're ready to do all this stuff. We're ready to spend the money. We were just in my way. I told her to get out of my way so I can get this thing done. Maybe have a conversation. Okay. So, any other items to add on this?
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Want more food?
All right, we'll go ahead and move forward. that is off the list. And put that to rest. Moving on, public safety discussion. So, hey. Again, like with the Ts'ah Senior Center discussion, we're always talking about wanting to do all these meetings, and sometimes some of those schedules won't meet, but it's a good thing that we have our NOST regional meeting. So again, this one's just a discussion. So with the public safety building, we understand the need to have a substation out here in Ts'ah or in Shonto. And so what we were discussing with my brother here was saying that that Shonto is also looking into also getting their own public safety building there. And so I guess the discussion I wanted to go ahead and bring up here is that maybe we can go halvesies on this thing or something like that. Because we understand that there's the hotel over there that is needing a fire station. And so I was thinking that maybe if it would be possible that we could also support the process of you guys, of Ts'ah getting a fire station, Shonto getting a fire station, a fully blown mobilized fire station over there. We'll talk about maybe doing one here or scripture towns where we have EMS and PD here. Because we have a clinic here. But also PD would have the ability to be here because again, it's an hour, all these other locations from Kienta to Page and to the city. And so I kept putting in my letters to LOC and also in some of the comments that were made that council was passing some of these resolutions, especially when they were talking about the LOC and Public Safety Department agreeing on this sort of list of substations and facilities for the public safety building. And so we noticed that Inscription House was on that list prior, and then somehow we were taken off and replaced with Kaibito. And so the one thing we understand, Kaibito has a lot of people around there, some developed in their area. But I strongly believe that having the public safety building here is really vital for the communities of N.O.S.T and also the surrounding communities of Ts'ah, Shonto, Black Mesa, and Kaibito. Because like I stated, it's an hour away to these other cities or res towns, and then we're also having conversations today about the road from Navajo Mountain going to Oljato. So having a public safety building here would be a wonderful opportunity for us because that will have a shorter response time to respond to any of the incidents along Route 16. North and south, and then also between 89, because when you go on 89, if there's an accident and here in Kaibito or near Square Butte, you're having to call Page ambulance or Page resources to come out here. Sometimes because Med 36 is being, or the med units that station here, they're being shared between Kaibito or Kienta and Tuba City districts. And so having the facility here, I think would be beneficial for us. Not only that, having the public safety building here would also help us provide a search and rescue team. At least locally, at least our own NOST search and rescue team, because in the past month, we've had 3 incidents out there in Navajo Mountain where people get lost or they underestimate the terrain. So you're having to pull resources from Window Rock, come out here, or thank God for Navajo Yes being out here to provide some of those resources. But yeah, us as leaders, we need to have that strategy plan. We need to be able to formalize our own resources here so we can attend to those emergencies. And so that's the reason why I was saying that if we can, we'd like to have the public safety building here. And I'm not too sure if Shonto, if they want to also have that as well. Or we could have all of them here.
We discussed this before, and we are looking at it, I guess, public safety services, and these include the fire department, some sort of EMS presence, and also police. So these are a few things that we were looking at. And I think overall, if we are planning to develop the area that we're looking at, it would be necessary that we have our own staff there as well. But some of them were also looking at a search and rescue hub there as well, just because of the amount of things that have been happening overall in this region. So that is still something I guess we're pretty strong in our sense that we are going to pursue that. We do have land that we're looking at, and also I believe that we've been talking to Delegate Daniels about this since a few years ago, full administrations now. And so that's our response to that.
If the president's still with it. Hey, you go ahead, so.
Yeah.
I guess we'll still have that discussion.
Yeah.
I think maybe there was one point in time that you did mention to Madam President. Is that maybe NOST would have their own ability to create their own police force, EMS force, and fire force. Rama, Navajo has their own, and then they have Alamo.
Yep.
So us as a Navajo nation and also township is talking about creating their own police force or township, I guess, force. So we were talking about possibly entertaining the idea of having NOST have their own police force, our own fire force, and our own EMS. Because like everybody has stated here, is we're all in a rural area. And we can't depend on the nation to provide those services because they're already diminished.
Yeah.
And so if we, as the NOST Regional Council, the NOST regions, we should be able to provide our own. And then we could have our own mini substations so that you have one in Shonto, you have one in Navajo Mountain, and then Oljato.
Yeah. I think for us, our motivation is really stemming from the Fijian area. Black Mesa, it wouldn't be covered, it's hardly covered, they don't have any. Kanta's like 45 minutes to an hour away. So even if it were to have like a public safety building, they wouldn't really serve their area. So if it is available, because you're also in Camino County, I think the issues would be the county jurisdictions and all of that. So I think one of the reasons why we decided on that is because there will be Navajo County. And it will be, a separation, because you have that problem with Utah and Kayenta, where they're not able to serve each other for whatever reason, related to jurisdictions, I guess Utah and Arizona. And I'm pretty sure it also has to do with county funds and all of that as well. So I don't want that to be an area of contention, but it is one that we really need to consider. There is a small portion of Shonto that is in Coconino County, very small sliver. But that is, that's something that can be discussed, I guess. I did make a proposal that Shonto should go under Coconino County. Just kidding, but that's not gonna happen. So anyway, overall, that's also one of the motivations, the larger part of Burns area and down below this way, it's not been served. And also Tall Mountain, so that's a large region there. Tall Mountain is 42 miles long from Shonto chapter all the way to and that's not counting the very most, I guess, the northernmost tip that we're looking, that's probably another 20-30 miles. So I think when we talk about this, it's really there's a lot of issues that we would have to look at. I know Navajo Mountain is also remote, would beneficial for Tzapikin or even a hub somewhere in the middle that would serve everybody. But again, still, I think they're in the same position. Navajo County, Wiener County, San Juan County, they have to deal with 3 counties. So my proposal, I think, would be even Navajo Mountain should have their own hub.
Yeah.
Just because of those jurisdictional issues. So that's my stance on that.
So bringing back down to that, it's like how NOST Regional Council,
Yeah.
we should be able to sort of be able to strategize and formalize I guess a diverse public safety plan. Because you're talking about the jurisdictional issues between Utah, Arizona, and then San Juan County, and then Navajo County, and Coconino County. So, if we have the ability to have our own NOST type plan, public safety plan, or public safety portion, I think it should be, I think it would be beneficial to have that in place. Because then when you have the certified, 2 certified chapters, hopefully the other 2 could get on board. But we have the ability to get taxes. And so we have like for our plan, I already stated that 20% of those sales taxes and any other taxes, 20% of that would go into a public safety plan. And so if we have that ability to cost share between each chapter, then it would actually be better services. When I used to work with the Kayenta Police Department, unfortunately, there were a lot of times where homes burnt down because Kayenta is the only area that only serves everything from Utah, south of Utah. They don't like to go all the way out to those other locations. Kayenta is great because they go into Utah and because of mutual aid and all that stuff. But with Oljato's Navajo Mountain Volunteer Fire Department, they don't come into Arizona. So if we're really talking about looking in the future and looking to provide these services for our communities, we need to have a real comprehensive plan to ensure we provide those services to the community. And so one thing I would think is we motivate our sister chapters, now not in Oljato, maybe to come to the table to where we can get you guys to be certified and then maybe have a plan in place to where you guys can get taxing. And so these are I guess the conversations that I think we need to have as a council, as a region, as elected leaders for our community. Because the only disservices that we are providing our community is not having these conversations. And so I think with that, I think we need to have those discussions. And I know we can do our own police force, our own public safety building as NOST. And we should be we'd probably be the first regional council to have our own. And we should do that. Yes.
Okay. I didn't know. On Insado, and we had a discussion on this a while back. Or chapter. I don't know, I don't understand how you miss. I don't, brothers, mean that it's not they would have a automating media. Cases like cancel the so if I facility media, the not cheap, the amount of city. So at the meeting, they asked us, actually, we got that, we got that, we are the case, yeah. So, with the hot citizen, with the hot self and non-keton, where the chapters at, can be at, so where we got meters. So we are then that we are quite, because your first thing is, I mean, you have to go back and mean that. So they put one other by saying that what does an inch at the other you tell them you put a number, yeah. Now, when she got her, mean that issue is really, and that's not what's that or that's I should question. We haven't gotten word back from nobody, non-order committee. Like, back with another fishing that so equal on the seat in there or equal is love so for them general I don't know that is first station so we cut and huge I don't know because I don't see other needle or pick of it I thought I should quite be should need the whole current band that in ego or maybe even now it's kind of at sensitive upon the housing or the social is whether it be what in by the other administration or other we wanted on change within the certified. Because Lina and I die, you cannot start on generation or be what or out of it, we just say wait for that last meeting. So if you add the now out of 90% of this we're at the peak of it, so okay. That's where we're at.
I'd like to anticipate a question to you. Discussion, public safety discussion. I think it's more than just public safety. A great balance there. The absence of and the elimination of DHR, health related service to the young and old in our school. Subsidy thousand dollars. And also the other thing is the Arizona Department in the 8 pounds, but I think Aspen. I think you should also issue in that scenario. But land was all sufficient to the multi-purpose resource utilization center, so to speak. It would invite components of different programs under one roof, just like sometimes with regional hospital. The idea that Navajo Nation was planning court, jail, or detention center, behavioral health service, and under that behavioral health service, you have components as traditional and also outside treatment modality practice to apply it. That was an idea, and a good idea, but it didn't really complete its cycle. Yes, the courts and the jail, they were completed. The health portion, the treatment, yeah, but this case, that's the way I look at it. The other thing is under sovereign status, we need to approach this as because the government, the tribal government is the one that's imposing certain rules, regulations, policies, and so forth. We just have to know those, whether we like it or not. Under the sovereign status of Navajo Nation, we as chapter units are also sovereign under that determination. So about this case. The other thing is collective bargaining. As a single entity, we don't impact over everything going on this track. A kind of a scenario. But as a collective unit, you guys have the transportation system right in front of your door, which is a very high beneficial to you. It doesn't matter, we're still in the same boat. We're in the same boat, who has a compass. And so we can go a good positive direction. So yeah, it's I think with a strategy in terms of we need to learn how to use sequence from step one. These are the things that we need to do to get to step 12. So sequence, we can't just go and approach the level 4 directly, because we're going to be seeing experiences that we're going to, hey, go back to number 1. You can't do that, you don't. So we have to learn equally how this system works. Okay, that's what I'm thinking about. As together we need to be exposed to more broader knowledge and discipline ourselves, and to be able to communicate, to write, and effectively with alcohol, that's the way I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, you hit the nail on the head up there. This is why I was saying that if you start with Ts'ah first, then that would be step one.
That really good.
That's the reason why I'm saying that, you know, looking at the geographical posture of our community, yeah. Where is the most feasible? Is it adjacent to your infrastructure that are available? Or, of course, Navajo Mountain is not it's unusual for us to, you know. I think Fabrican has a unique location for our region to put something solid together and come up with the rather than 2 hours, 3 hours, or next day service from public service from Kienta or IHS. It did health service. To address our needs at Navajo Mountain, we can cut it down to maybe an hour, let's say, from here to Navajo Mountain. NOST. You mentioned that some people were stranded.
Yeah.
Laying on Sabbath on the hikers were stuck out there. Quotation about a week. They out of it. We need to design a plan and be able to mobilize a system that will address these rugged, rough terrain areas in our section of the community. Well, vehicles, emergency vehicles, other than shit, they were all parked along the road. Okay? Access to where the people were. So the same way with the wildfire here. At that point. Okay, they sound not job, so same thing. What we did is either on foot or donkeys and horses that will access those areas in time of need. So, scientists go. So we need to utilize a uniform. They individually emergency plan that. We need to regionalize that instead of individual plan. So we can network in order to make an impact to our capital, especially Washington DC. When they're up. Thank you.
Another is good. So I'll send you the NOST Regional Council Plan of Operation for Emergency. We already passed our own emergency plan of operations, and so I'll email that one to you guys. Or I'll just resend it to everybody. And then we were talking about those things, and I was saying that Ts'ah has its own public safety building. We can put a helipad there. We can hire our own pilot. And we can have that as a refueling station for all pilots. I can do all that. Have it right here in a shorter distance between here and wherever else. We're an hour away from every location. Anyways, that's mine. Go ahead.
What level are you gonna make your IHS?
We're gonna make that into a trauma level number 1. Make sure that we When a Phoenix hospital says,
Yeah,
you don't have a room or anything like that. Hey, Inscription House has their own. Let's send them over there.
or Prescott.
Like even, Page Hospital is only what, trauma
Three.
Yeah, so there's nothing in this region that will deal with trauma and more advanced medical conditions. But with that being said, I just wanted to propose something that might be beneficial. Depends on our time, of course. That we as NOST form like a task force group that will focus on regionalized issues or concerns that we could start planning to move towards. So I know it's gonna take a lot of planning, and we probably should start with our plan of operation again to make sure that our mission is stated and aligned with each other. I have said this before, that it's good to work together. We have different issues, but sure that we can work through them. And I still stand behind that regardless of wanting my own safety building. So yeah, I think we could work something out. And it could be just a network, one goes down, we have backup on the other. And I think that's feasible and workable. Yeah.
Yeah, one other thing is, how can we work together? I know now we set our drinks there, if they don't sleep on it, then throw it out the window. Oh. I think we
throw
together to one, maybe grant writer or planner that can work with all 4 chapters and say, come out with some, maybe 6 months. But yeah, can we fund some of our money, put it together? I want to add that to such. Just an idea, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, good discussion, yeah, right on against Navajo. Let's have this discussion yet with the Law and Order Committee. We were supposed to come up here on the 16th and June, but that didn't happen yet. And Naatsis'aan done a meeting that hold on a little tour that canyon basement that didn't happen because of the meetings. Oh, it's gonna be rescheduled. So what I'm gonna do is I'll put this on the agenda and this discussion with the committee members. Shonto, electrical, when we talk about public safety, Chair Charles Newman, we really support this. There's nothing on this side, she loses the map. There's nothing up here, don't get them as a region, especially in the Ts'ah and Navajo area, there's nothing going on, that's the Aussie is. So yeah, I don't know what object or even either, because they're area, they half away from here. So I don't know the names, I begin right now. We were supposed to have a meeting with San Kennedy on the 30th, yeah, down there, so that's gonna be rescheduled to a later date, but I should hope any young way down possibly to get the fire station, first underneath I did, there. That's it, or let's have a meeting with Jato and the she's on she's so this region, well, Jato region met about the white story, yeah, to say that you know, white snow, because the fire public safety wanted to do that. Out in the first fire station, but it's that's what I noticed. But nothing is it should not, it's about 8 measures, but as but by should read that. getting that fire station safely, that way they can respond to Arizona. We have a fire station about, so yeah, let's not say that, but that would be from. Yeah.
David Paradise, something like that.
Well, we were talking about what, a helicopter? No, just kidding. No, I think more sessions would be necessary. Because Oljato does border portions of Shonto, so.
Yeah, maybe before Lost World Committee comes up here, maybe have another meeting.
Yeah, I think we should figure out what our main focus is. Public safety.
Definitely.
Yeah. And be. Our CDK.
That is definitely, you have to have a foundation first. So Uppy can have that, be that foundation. Well, discussion, do I have anything else other than that? Otherwise, we can go ahead and move forward.
So what
Oh,
are we looking at as far as lawn?
we can.
And also a preliminary, secondary discussion, I guess.
Are you answer your question? Oh, I was gonna say, what we can do is, well, with your idea, we can go ahead and do another meeting. At the next month, I guess, we can do that. Talk about those. I don't know who wants to host it.
Law and Order is how far out is their schedule?
More than likely it's gonna be in August.
Okay.
So that's something more. We need it in about a week or so.
Yeah,
We can do it. We can do it actually, if you guys want. We can do it on the 23rd with Keanta. And I'll see if I can ask Township to be able to accommodate us. Right after you guys, we'll address some meeting.
This 23rd or this month?
there's something going on for me.
It could be,
Because in August, right?
grant writing.
Oh, grant writing, that's what it was. But we have a meeting with, the rural addressing people that day, right?
He wants it in August.
No, his law and order, we're talking about
Over
the
in
interim.
August.
So
But we wanted to do our own meeting to sort of strategize.
So we
just
have
how to talk to law and order.
so we have the same idea. So I'm not saying I want a public safety building and TDK, I will want a shop.
How do you make it about 30 minutes before?
So I think that's what we need to figure out, what we're gonna say and how we're gonna say it.
Well, I don't know how you guys' schedule is, but we can do it. If you guys want me to do it on the 21st, either we can do it here. Where? We're having our strategic in 20 hours. If you guys want to have it out there, you guys can.
So you're talking August?
July.
July,
July 28th.
21st, is comfort for me.
And then, we'll have our strategic session, what days?
49.
Well, what, the strategic plans?
Me personally, 29th is open.
The first, maybe, I thought July or August 1st.
August 1st?
Friday,
Yeah,
August 1st?
Pioneer Day.
so he says cancel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the August 1st one be, yeah.
August,
August 1st.
Any they cancel, yeah.
on Saturday,
No, it's Friday.
Is it still going? And
yeah, it's going,
Oh, I guess it's still going.
Can't be the first.
yes,
Chair.
that's on first and the prime.
I think we need to understand that there's some things we're gonna have to sacrifice to make this meeting happen if we're serious about it. If not, it's just gonna be postponed, postponed, postponed. And personal sacrifices are made if you're an official and you're on a Saturday, so are you guys. So most of my work that I do is sporadic. Monday through Friday, I should be tied to my regular job, but I do make room for when a meeting is going to happen. But if they should, I do so. But I also understand that not everybody has a flexible schedule, but if we can agree on a date within 2 weeks, I think that would be beneficial for all of us.
19th,
Saturday, I don't mind, Sunday, Saturday.
19th? Who's gonna host it?
19th works for me.
Never mind, so everybody can go out there and throw their, so.
Okay.
19th, around
19th, Neville Mountain.
that.
You guys?
That's not it.
Should the other one?
What day?
19th,
Saturday.
Which one?
July 19th.
July 19th, Saturday. It's on to talk about public safety. For the NOST.
Take it to, on Taco Bell.
We
There
can
you
use
go.
that, because I'll be coming back from our grand opening in Shiprock.
July.
Or, no,
What do we have? That's
too late.
I don't say nothing. Line 19, the plus.
It's too late.
Spanish in it.
Or 1 o'clock's good.
On the,
Spanish.
1 p.m.
Be back.
left.
Turn.
Need to put up agenda.
They find that. But that's so.
There's a meeting left.
You have a case or you don't have a case.
1 p.m. 19th.
He said he has a meeting left.
On the 19th.
Oh, we have a meeting.
Yeah, we got invited to.
What
How
about,
about
Up to you.
28th?
For the-
How fast can you guys get there? 8 o'clock.
It's live.
I'll give you 2 hours
How long for you to get to Bluff from Navajo Mountain?
left.
Did you say the meeting's in Bluff?
And on the IT.
Wasn't ya?
Right now, reservation business is
Okay,
priority.
okay.
I don't have any customers.
So I guess you know.
Constituent maybe. I have a case. I have a case.
Oh,
That needs to be open.
Or 8, I'll go with 8, try to make it.
10.
And works.
10 a.m.
okay, on the 19th, in Bluff.
No,
No.
No,
Yeah.
Navajo man.
it's the same, right? So the 19th, July 19th, 10 a.m.
Yeah.
in Navajo Mountain.
Okay.
check out.
See you. Okay,
So with that, we're gonna have our meeting with the. Other one too, we should put, join it together. With the,
She requested it.
uh, senior center.
no, it's,
Yeah.
If you're,
unless you guys have something for a senior center.
what does one order have jurisdiction over? What can we propose to them?
If you. Let's safety building. You know, that. The personnel, the support is there, yeah. Safety per, location.
Why are
It's gonna be the discussion, that's it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So on ours, you wanna get at different places?
Yes, I think actually we're good.
Oh,
And ever since seven meetings, just 3 good things. Actually, not.
I will have to order out here.
Intentions.
We would have to go over
No, yeah.
there. Yeah,
It's something. I would recommend that we have those public safety meetings all together because John, we're talking about how we're gonna strike all these things here. We're gonna have a public safety building here, and Shonto here, all of it, but Jato. I think we should have the ability to say, we understand where Oljato is gonna be putting their stuff, or what, or where their plans are for that. And I was Shonto, where their plans are putting those things. So then that way, when it comes down to the law and order committee, and say, hey, already have locations already set for you, we want this place, this is our plan, this is how we're gonna execute. Then it can incorporate how Navajo fire can be in that plan. Yeah, we.
So,
That vision, Lord, okay, that's okay, that's okay. Longer. Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, so action item out of that, we have a meeting, July 19th.
Richard?
No, I'm gonna make it in person.
In person. I'm talking
Service down there.
Okay. No other items to add on to that, we'll go ahead and move on to the resolutions. Madam Secretary. Will you read the resolution heading into the record?
Yes, do you want me just to do the heading or the whole thing?
Just the heading.
Okay, so NOST Regional Council, resolution of NOST Regional Council, NOST 2025-186-001, supporting and approving the Navajo Division of Transportation N.O.S.T to include Navajo Route 16 south from the AZ Highway 98 and Navajo Route 16 intersection to the US 160 Highway Navajo Route 16 intersection into the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program TTIP for full payment and drainage improvements.
Motion.
second,
Motion by Willis. Second by Marshall.
I'd like to request the secretary to read the now therefore resolved because there's a different language of the two sentence as opposed to the heading.
Okay, hold on.
I knew that was incorrect. I was to say that, but it's such a.
Okay. Madam Secretary, are you able to read the, now therefore it be resolved that those two items, if you can read that? This is what.
You want me to read the resolution?
To read the resolution where it says now therefore resolve that. And then read items number 1 and 2.
Oh, you mean the bottom portion of it?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Now therefore be resolved that one, that the applicant chapter formally requests the Navajo Division of Transportation N.O.S.T to prioritize the inclusions of Navajo Route 16 South in the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program TTIP for full payment and drainage improvements, and two, the applicant chapter urges N.O.S.T and relevant federal agencies to conduct an expedited feasibility study and environmental assessment to facilitate the implementation of the necessary infrastructure projects and certification.
Begin. So. We can. Motion of the parties, if you guys want, you can change that to the non-regional council.
and for that's okay.
Instead it's up.
Yeah,
And then Marshall.
I think this is the first resolution. You can vote on that 16. I think it's fine the way that it is. That's just fine. That's sure.
What do you think about it?
Go ahead. Who is the initial sponsor? So we can check it. Oh, okay, you have a resolution. Yes, okay. We also do have one in Chatham.
This is the last meeting though.
It's last meeting, so I'll go ahead and we'll just change that to the North Regional Council.
Oh,
Yeah.
last.
Oh,
Because if we leave it traffic jam, we're not what is that traffic jam?
Yep.
We're passing the resolution for traffic jam.
Yep.
So say that with NOST. Okay.
so we'll change that to North Regional Council. For those two items. Okay. Comments, questions, any other ones? None? We'll go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and give a roll call?
Okay, can you let me know who motioned first for that?
Willis, and then second was done by Marcia.
Okay. Is everybody still online that was on prior?
I'm still here, Robert Black.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, everybody's still online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do the vote in favor. Arnable Herman Daniels, are you in favor?
Yes. In favor.
Willie Gray Eyes, are you in favor?
Yes. Oh, Alex is here as well.
Alex Bettini?
Yes.
Okay, Alex Bettini, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right, okay. You're in favor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Robert Black, are you in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay, Arlene Laughter, how do you vote?
Yes, in favor?
Willis Begay, how do you vote?
Marcia is also here as well.
I'm sorry, Willis, I didn't get that.
No, anyway. Marcia's also
Trancia-
here as well, so you know.
Okay, Twyla Matson, are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, well, Dillard, how do you vote? Abstain? Abstain. Glorita Black, how do you vote?
In favor.
And Priscilla Benali, how do you vote?
Yes.
Marcia, I forgot you. I'm sorry. How do you vote?
In favor.
So we got 11 and anybody opposed? So is that going to be 1101?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then, so resolution NOST 2025-186-001 passes with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. Hey, so now we're going down to number 2. And again, this one here was just to reaffirm the resolution for the Naatsis'aan to Oljato road project. And we did pass a resolution a while back, which is resolution number 2024-195-001. So this one here is just to reaffirm that, and I don't have the heading or anything like that. If you guys are okay with it, the motion, okay, really, motions. Do I have a second? Priscilla? Seconds. Hey, 5 minutes. Comments, questions for the resolution? Willie? Okay, well, I guess we'll go ahead and vote. Oh, Willis, go ahead.
No, we, what's the news decision and then it's a head off kid now.
Yeah, but
This is not.
this is not. I mean, it's up to you guys. If you guys don't want it, then that's fine.
No comment? What is it?
This one here, again, we don't have it, right? It's number 2.
And what was requested was that we want to go ahead and add a supporting resolution to reaffirm the resolution that was done for the Oljato to Navajo Mountain project.
Okay.
so真的为的是下面热把桑拿来说的，我不大不那个 we're doing right now， on that 那个下那个doing that.
So you're asking for.
Resolution like here, in the meeting, but I guess
It's on the agenda. Well, we're reaffirming, we already have the resolution, right?
Then. You don't know what you're gonna be
Then
doing
from the
now.
beginning, whoever opened this up, that, the first and second, that should have been done back there to approve it, in the opening resolution to put in.
But we're having a discussion on that resolution right now.
Well, just from beginning to approve this also. If that was approved already,
Go ahead, do it.
I mean, again, it's up to you guys. If you guys wish to go ahead and table this, and we can do that, and then do a special meeting again, virtually if you want,
No, it's okay, I'm just saying, maybe for the record, for next time.
for the record.
Yeah. It's like, it is kind of like.
I'll make a counter motion to table it, because there's still discussions related to that, and
Okay.
just move forward.
Do we have a secondary motion to table? Do I have a second? No. Vote.
Second, and then.
Go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I put this on the agenda is because Utah Tribal Leaders Summit is coming up July 30. That's when the leaders, nomination will be up there. We with the lieutenant of government of Utah. We're gonna give them that resolution.
That was why I asked who sponsored it, so now we know.
Oh.
So it's in your area, why you?
It was just a topic, you know, because it was brought up, it was brought up over there. Actually, never know, I never answered yeah, but this is the way it goes. You get so about it, you saw without that. I'm just reaffirming now this stuff. So we don't, in the future, we don't run into something like this. الجواب واحد يعني ده الجواب في المية خمسة لازم يا. When they have that cannot have that they put a hot in the evening, I can get that hot the children then I want to want the action. This is all the Bahamas. Oh, that she then. So yeah, maybe quick the cut that travel. Yeah, the Asia, but we have the other assistance. So it's about see, so we don't touch.
So we have a table in motion. Do we have a second?
No table.
Since he's.
No, Marshall's.
Are you gonna take out the table?
This had a secondary motion to table.
He's the first one. He's the first one.
Question it. I'm not second.
They just have the question, but they didn't table either.
What question?
Yes,
And the.
I think it's critical that, we go forward
Yes.
and approve this
This meeting with.
rather than.
So, so just
That, or the, except that is, there's opportunities ahead and to bring these subjects up to tribal leaders, to, you know, to the council. Out of it, not say, and just sudden our fact of what that.
Well, my point was that if he's complaining about it, it's from his area, I thought he had a legitimate concern to say that.
Oh, no.
Well,
Wait. Let me call this meeting to order here. All right, so the reason for this is because what happened was.
Yeah.
What happened was at the Western Agency Council was that there were some resolutions that were provided to us at the beginning of the meeting. The secretary went ahead and provided those resolutions. And so we added 4 resolutions to the agency meeting. When it came down to it, to where there was no supporting documents, because according to the plan of operations, it states that there has to be some supporting documents, meaning supporting resolution from the chapter. In that case, we didn't have 4 resolutions, didn't have supporting documentation for that. But we went ahead and entertained it to where, we were gonna go ahead and pass it. But over at, several of the other chapters, they had disagreements with them. Because they want all that stuff to be in place. And so in this case, we already have a resolution in place to support the project. But what the request was, we're gonna have a supporting resolution to support that, to reaffirm that resolution. But we don't have the resolution drafted to reaffirm that resolution. So now it comes down to the question is, do we go ahead and accept it? As since we don't have the heading, we don't have the resolution in place. And we're already voting on something that
We don't know what it's.
we don't know what's gonna say, which is just basically gonna be a copy and paste of the new resolution of it.
Yeah.
But again, it goes back down to, I guess you could say, our standard operating practices on these things. So do we want to go ahead and continue with this resolution without the heading in place now? Or do we want to wait, table it, and then do another special meeting to pass this?
Chair. What is your meeting with Utah Commission, Utah,
Do you need it?
30th, July 30th.
July 30th?
If you want, we can do a special meeting and have it in 2 days. Virtual meeting.
I don't mind. That way we can clean that on the word out thing.
Depends. But again, it's up to the council.
My motion, did I redo my motion?
I guess you want to.
I'm making a motion to table and revisit in 2 days.
Yep.
2 days, meaning calendar days are.
Calendar.
Now,
Calendar.
Calendar days are the.
Good question.
Okay, so motioning to table for 2 days.
What can be the resolution?
Pending the
Meeting of.
What time? Signing meeting.
we can do it.
That's what I mean, there's planning days are work days,
Oh, in 2 days?
and calendar days are work
Maybe.
days.
In the morning?
Yeah.
So Monday, no, they say, yeah.
We can do it at 6 a.m. if we want.
Do
There
it.
we go, before
Yeah.
we all go to work,
6 a.m. Virtual. Yeah.
6 a.m. virtually.
Yeah.
it's just gonna be one, huh?
We'll be up. Up in the road. All right, so we'll go ahead and have a motion, tabling motion for 2 days at 6 a.m. to pass this one resolution. Second. Willis. Okay. No comments, questions, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and do the roll call for tabling motion?
Yes, okay, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Abstain?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Willie Gray Eyes, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Alex Bettini, how do you vote?
Nay.
Hey, what,
Robert Black Jr., how do you vote?
Abstain. I'm just kidding. I vote red.
I have 4 strawberries and one of
So you're opposing?
Opposing. Is opposing the table, right?
Yes.
Yes.
opposing the
then-
table up to the next, is up 6 o'clock.
So the table in motion is to table this until Monday at 6 a.m.
At 6 a.m.?
Pass this resolution.
I don't think he understands.
Yeah, Joe was having like.
Okay, so Robert, I guess, go ahead and explain it, is that right now, we don't have the resolution in place for number 2. So right now, we're gonna go ahead, the motion was to table this resolution till Monday at 6 a.m. so we can have the resolution in place before then to do a vote on this, on the motion, on the resolution.
I gave
Okay.
Portia a little bit
Got
of
it.
cream. Give you a little bit of cream.
Sure. I'll vote to approve move it to just on Monday. Table and just on Monday.
Okay. Thank you.
I just said cream.
Okay. Marlene, I think you're on mute.
In favor? This is Arlene in favor.
Thank you. Mitzi, you're on mute right now. Tamencia, you're on mute.
This is Arlene. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Arlene.
Okay. In favor.
Thank you for that. We're waiting on the yeah. Waiting on Tamencia.
Okay, I'm here.
So Arlene
Marcia.
voted in favor.
I'm sorry?
Arlene voted in favor. So
Okay, and then Marcia, how do you vote?
In favor?
Willis Begay, how do you vote?
Favor.
Twyla, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I will go ahead and vote for this. I'm in favor. And Dillard, how do you vote?
Same.
Oh, that's correct. Sorry. Glorita Black, how do you vote?
In favor.
Priscilla Benali, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, so I have 7 in favor, 3 opposed, 3 abstention. Is that correct?
Sure.
There's always just
One nay, one nay.
He was abstaining.
One red.
One rest, yes.
No, they agree, yeah.
The guy who
No.
abstaining.
He's yellow.
Stay.
So 3 abstentions,
abstains.
1 day and the rest.
Yes. 8%. Okay, so 1 name. Order. 2/3.
713, yeah.
713.
713.
Okay. All right, 713.
Thank you.
The decisive voted yay or nay.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. So number 3 is to be determined. So we don't have anything for that. We'll close that out. We'll move on to adjournment. Willis, motion.
Second.
Second, adjournment. Lorita. Okay, so this is the motion to adjourn the meeting. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and do the roll call?
Okay, Herman Daniel, Honorable Herman Daniel, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Willie Gray Eyes, how do you vote?
I can't abstain, so. Favor.
Marcia, how do you vote?
In favor?
Robert, how do you vote?
He's already out.
He votes in favor. He already left. This is Arlene in favor.
Okay, thank you. Willis Begay, how do you vote?
Favor.
Tamancia Tracy in favor. Twyla?
In favor.
Dillard, how do you vote?
Same.
Glorita Black, how do you vote?
In favor.
Priscilla Benali, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, so is that 10-0-1? That correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, meeting has now officially adjourned. Time is 2:53 p.m. Okay, the meeting will conclude. I'll go ahead and get with Madam Secretary to go ahead and get that next meeting with you guys on Monday at 06. So before you guys feed your horses and all that, make sure you guys get on the phone. It's a virtual meeting, so it's a virtual special meeting on Monday at 06. Okay, you guys all have a wonderful day, and thank you guys for joining.
Yeah.
Bye.